Korea.
Quite a lot of play here today. Grant, how are you going? I'm very excited.
Oh, here he is. The Aussie legend, Mr. Jordan Bromley, back alongside me once again. Pleasure to be here, brother. Doing well. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing very, very well. Very excited to see what carnage we're going to see unfold today. We have plenty of exciting hands on the day one flights. And I believe 50 hopefuls coming through. So plenty of names that we're going to recognize from the first couple of flights. I'm already seeing some faces that we had at the stream table. So we're going to have to see how this plays out.
Oh, absolutely. What a time to be alive indeed. And we do have some familiar faces here that we were fortunate enough to have the pleasure to see these guys in action on flight 1A and B. Mr. Xiao Hu here. Jack 8 offsuit, opening things up from the cutoff here and flopping a gutter on this King 9-7 two spades texture. Surely that will be good enough here for him to summon a C-bet. And given we can see that Chen Ji here holding the Jackson 5, pretty sure this hand will be over.
I definitely need to get you to write down a collection of hand names. There are so many that I'm hearing from you that I can't say I've ever heard before. The Janina, the Jackson 5. These are all they're very amazing. I need to start implementing them into my vocab.
Just be very careful with your pronunciation there when you say the word Janina. At first, I thought you said something else, my friend. But yeah, I've been around the block a few times. This is not my first rodeo. And I do have a few tricks or two up my sleeve. A few nicknames here or there too. Also have nicknames for all the players, but can't say those live on the stream, unfortunately. Or that'll be the end of my live commentary career.
Just going to make a very quick note as well as we are in day 2. That means that these guys have all locked themselves up a payout. So making the min cash in this event, the 5th place player all the way through to the 36th place player is going to take home a touch over 3 million Korean won, but that is not what any of these guys are going to be thinking about. First prize, 95,645,000 Korean won for the victor, which is going to be a touch under 75,000 American dollars.
Crazy numbers there, Jordan. I don't even know what that is in real money. Can't even count that high, but sounds like a hefty payday nevertheless. And Mr. Jin Jiahao here is all in and at risk for his tournament life. Last 10 big blinds, ace queen offsuit. And now Mr. Zhu Mingzhe here from the big blind. He does have a little decision on his hands. Jacking off early in the day. Some might say a little bit too early, but not for Mr. Zhu Mingzhe here. Getting right into the action.
Really exposing himself to a difficult spot on the second hand. Really caught with his hand out here, wondering what the best decision is to make. The 10 big blind jam from under the gun. Have to feel that it might be a little bit too much too soon. Chips do get stacked up and the cards are folded.
Given he's not so deep stacked there, Jordan, not surprised to see him make the fold. Would have had to put most of the length of his stack in there if he wanted to make the call. And does think wiser of it, gets away, so preserving his 12 big blinds or thereabouts, doesn't want to commit most of his stack there when potentially he is behind the range of the all-in from early position. So yeah, 43 players remaining, as you can see, top right of the screen right now. And we'll be streaming this one down until we have ourselves a champion a little bit later today. And of course, don't forget about those super sexy Red Dragon jackets that only the champions will get their hands on this series. Can't be bought anywhere else. Limited exclusive edition. And also every final table list in this one will be given one of the brand new prestigious Red Dragon hats as well. So it's all to play for here. And my, oh my, you just can't write this stuff. Mr. Lu Yu Yang here, jacking off in the cutoff.
feel like we have to be setting some King Jack offsuit records so far. 2 hands in the first 3 getting exposed, but Jin Jiahao is going to be making it a very difficult time to be jacking off this early. Ace King suited in the big blind, and you have to assume that these chips are going to go in the middle. It is a slightly inflated opening size from Liu Yang, and the chip gets flicked in. He's going to be in very rough shape. I'll let you take this one for us, Grant, because no doubt you're going to have a little bit more knowledge about the hand that Liu Yang has.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm no stranger to jacking off. And this is pretty interesting there. Deciding to raise call this one. He snapped it off, threw in the single chip, and unfortunately, he's going to need some major help here. Yeah, no runner, full house there. And unfortunately, the ace king of diamonds flopping the nut flush does have Mr. Liu Yang dead and heading to the rail. And
on second thought, I actually think there may be a slight issue with the chip counts there because Liu Yang has not moved. And
no, surely not, Jordan. That can't
more.
be the case. The technical team here at Red Dragon would never have a mistake in the graphics, surely. But no, this time you are right, sir. Yeah, Mr. Liu Yuhao here makes perfect sense why he was able to snap that one off, because he's got plenty more chips behind. So we'll get the chip counts updated as soon as possible for you viewers on the screen. Bear with us for the time being. But yeah, happy to raise call off the jacking off there when he has so many chips behind, and who can blame him? And what a time to be alive for all of these ladies and gents here. As Jordan said, already in the money. A lot of the pressure now immediately alleviated from these guys, especially if you're in for only one bullet here, already locked up a little bit of profit, and now kind of free rolling your way rather towards the final table, potentially a hefty payday. And Mr. Chow Hu here, ace-9 offsuit, decent hand, but under the gun here. Probably a little bit too loose, and yet he does seem to agree that that's the case. Had a little think about it, but does get out of the way eventually. And that is going to allow for the action here to fold all the way around to the button. Mr. Xu Mingzhe here, king 6 offsuit, starting the hand with around about 13 big blinds. And yeah, looks like he's got somewhere to be. Triangle time is requested.
Going to be jamming into 2 stacks that cover him. The ace-7 in the big blind. I think this is going to be a matter of history between these 2 players as to whether or not the call gets flicked in. I think it's pretty close with ace-7. What do you think, Grant? Do you think we're going to see a triangle and a call?
Yeah, very interesting spot here. When you do face that open jam from the button for 13 big blinds, can probably remove certain hands from the range from Xu Mingzhe, because potentially he would have raised a smaller non-all-in size. If he was holding a hand such as ace-king, most players there would probably try and induce that combination. So when we face the open jam, we can be sure here that ace-7 off, not doing too bad at all. But he does think better of it in the end. A little bit too expensive there. Perhaps if it was 1 or 2 big blinds less, we would have seen the call being made. But instead, we see the passive route taken, folding, getting away from the ace-7. As we did see, though, ace-7 was slightly ahead there. Equities were running pretty close. So can't exactly call that one a big mistake to fold there. But me, myself, chips would already be in the middle there. Can't fold an ace. Can't fold any 2 cards, in fact.
Over to Shenji, 140,000 and the king 7 offsuit. These guys are going pretty wide with some of the hands they're wanting to open. I love to see it. This makes for some very, very spicy poker. 43 players remaining of a field of 330. Action is going to fold around to Sun Yukai in the small blind, not interested. Shinhwa was pulling a lot of fancy moves on the bubble yesterday. Not able to do anything with the Queen Deuce offsuit there. 52 big blinds is 420,000 at this point in the event. We'll let you guys know there is a slight issue with those chip counts. There is a player still at the table that we initially thought was eliminated, but Liu Yuhao was sitting there with what looks to be... Is that a flower in a display case? Am I seeing that right?
My man is flexing right now, flexing pretty hard. And most people, they have these kind of glass casings to protect certain things that they've picked up along their journey of life. Most commonly, it will be the teeth of a fallen soldier. But this gentleman here, stepping out of the box here, a bit unconventional, putting a flower inside his glass casing. So one has to wonder, what is the significance behind this flower? And Jordan, any ideas there, sir? What could be the meaning behind this flower that is inside the glass casing, my friend?
Well, I'm wondering if it's a flower or if it's perhaps a stone of some kind. It looks like it could be a jade or an emerald. I don't really know. I'm not really big on botany or geology, so I'm unable to help out, as it looks like we do have a jam and action folding around to Liu Yuhao going to let it go. Another jam getting through by the short stack player. Do you specifically collect anything, Grant, apart from scalps?
I'm not a collector myself, sir. You know, very forgetful guy. So things get lost in the sauce pretty quickly. Therefore, better not to start collecting to begin with. But I have to say, this gentleman here with the Montclair jacket, I'm not quite sure what he's got in his hand right now. It's either 2 hazelnuts or 2 Maltesers. And we will see them getting placed on top of his chip stack pretty soon. So we'll be able to identify here with a bit more accuracy as to what exactly he's holding. But I do see 2 chocolate-like balls in his hand.
I do need to make a quick note back to something we discussed yesterday and the previous day, Grant, as there is a player at the table who is repeating wardrobe. Hu Xiao and that check kind of flannelette shirt there. We saw that one yesterday. Could we have a bit of a laundry issue here on site that we don't have any info about?
Yeah, and I wasn't going to expose our friend there. You know, I was just going to let him silently get away with it. He is in the money here, so let him enjoy his moment of glory. But since he brought it up, fair enough. We've got to just direct our attention to the cause immediately. And I have to say, like I said before, once or twice is fine. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And now this is strike 3 here. It's day 3 of the series. He's wearing the same clothes again. And sir, if you go further in this tournament and get yourself a nice payday, please invest in some fresh, clean clothes.
Fool me 3 times. Shame is back on you. You're taking advantage of a vulnerable man. But fool me 4 times. Shame is on me. I really should be prepared for that kind of thing. But the ace-5 is going to take that hand down. No fooling on 2 streets by the 6-7. As we do have the update of the chip stacks there. Liu Yuhao back in the mix, 191k. Which, if I'm honest, still looks like a little bit much. But maybe that little display case is actually holding a chip that's worth at least 50,000 that we can't see. 8 players at this feature table right now. No doubt that ninth seat will be filled at some point as we march onwards throughout this event. These guys have locked themselves up 3.1 million Korean won. Pay jump not going to occur for around 8 eliminations time, so play is just going to march onwards. Sun Yu Kai, 290,000 on the Jack 10 suited, an absolutely gorgeous hand. And he is going to open it up to what looks to be 17,000. Jack 10 of hearts, it doesn't get much prettier. Very impartial. Jack 10 of hearts, 5-6 suited as well. Two of my personal favorite hands. As well as the King Jack offsuit, apparently. Nobody wanting a piece of this hand yet, though. Folding around to Shenji in the big blind, 8-4. I'd have to think that this is going to be a similar thought, but he hasn't folded yet. Are we going to see a very, very wide big blind defense? No, we won't. Lets it go, and Sun Yu Kai takes a pot uncontested. Free money is the best kind of money. It's very similar to alcohol in a way, Grant. Alcohol comes in 3 forms, as far as I'm aware. The worst is warm. Warm alcohol is the worst kind. And in second place is cold alcohol. It's the second best. But the best kind is free, where it doesn't matter if it's warm or cold.
Absolutely. Now we're talking. I love myself a bargain. Definitely a value hunter. And anything free for that matter, not just alcohol. I'll take it all, my friend.
Is there anything we spoke about you going to Vegas for the World Series? Is there anything outside of the series that you're excited to check out? Going to be going to any of the beach clubs, any of the dispensaries over there?
That's a great question, my friend. There'll be no beach clubs on the card, that's for sure. The WSOP for myself is the Olympics. This is, happening only once a year. It doesn't come around that often. So when the series is ongoing, it is time to take it 100% serious. We're there to work. We're there to perform to our best. And of course, alcohol, hangovers is not the one. It's going to affect recovery. It's going to affect cognitive function levels. So we're going to steer clear from the beach clubs. But some of the dispensaries, that is a different story, my friend. If it's legalized, then sure, why not get medicated? Help you get a good sleep, get a good recovery. Can also boost cognitive function at the table for certain individuals as well. I'm not saying I recommend it or advocate for it, each to their own. But I recommend everyone to experiment and try and figure out what works best for them. And Mr. Chen Ji here with the 2 queens, he knows exactly how to work those ladies here, pumping it up with a 3-bet to 36,000. And unless Lu Yu Yang here is feeling crazy and wants to stick it in with the ace-4 offsuit, I'm pretty sure this will be the end of this one. And indeed, we do see the ace-4 find its way into the muck there. And Jordan, I have to say, you've got me rather excited now. Just the word dispensary, it gets those butterflies fluttering in my stomach. And I'm going to have to leave for a short amount of time here. And I'll be back, guys. I'll be fully medicated and ready to go when I return. But I'm leaving you in very safe hands here with the legend, Mr. Jordan Bromley. So for now, peace and love, and catch you guys soon for the conclusion of this day 2 of your baby dragon.
Thank you so much, Grant. We're going to march onwards. If you are watching on Facebook or YouTube, make sure you send a message in the chat. I have both of those open, so I'll be able to read and see everything that's happening. As always, if you have any questions, if you have any comments, if there's anything specific that you'd like to know about, let me know. And I'll be able to give it a whirl. Sun Yu Kai with the Queen 10 suited. not going to get involved. A relatively tight fold there, I would think. Definitely expected to see a raise out of that one. Instead, just going to pass it up, maybe a little bit worried about some of the shorter stacks that are around. As Shahu is the one that's going to be capitalizing on this. Ace 8 started this one with 270,000. Nobody wanting a piece around to Jinji Hao. Pocket deuces. Definitely going to want to come along and see a flop and try and hit a deuce. And so he does. 44,000 in the middle. Let's see the first three. Instead, Ace 8 takes a commanding lead. Jinji Hao with only one out, as you can see in the top right of the screen. This is your first time tuning in. The deuce of hearts is grayed out, given that it was folded by another player at the table. We take folded cards into account when doing the RFID situation here. So Ace 8's going to c-bet and take it down. Takes himself up to around 400,000 chips, sitting very, very comfortably. Not stressing about his predicament at all. Shenji, King Deuce. We saw an open from King 7 earlier. I think King Deuce is a little bit too wide, and it does get folded. Xu Mingse, Queen 4. Probably a similar thought. May be able to get away with something, but doesn't even want to give it a go. King 5 suit in the small blind for 20 bigs. Expect to see probably just a limp in here by the King 5. You have a king in your hand, raising and having to fold is a little bit of a disaster, especially if you don't think your opponent is playing very aggressively. May as well just try and flick in the call and see a flop, and that is what he'll do. Oh, and he's very heavily dominated here, the pocket fives of Sun Yu Kai. I think he's going to get a look at the stack here and consider the options between raising or jamming. And see him eyeing off the 10 high stacks there. Looks to be a stack of around 160k. It looks like he will just raise. Takes it north to 26,000 and a bit of a sigh and a shrug. Down goes the King 5. $13 big blinds for Xu Mingse. Our short stack at the table. Wang Skangyong, also relatively short. Ace 8 for Liu Yu Yang. Just going to pass it up. King Jack offsuit for Shuming say. With Grant not being here, I'm not going to play into the funniness that he was going on about. I'll just call it how I see it. I'm going to raise it up to 16,000. Sorry to disappoint you, Grant. I'm sure you'll forgive me. Oh, but pocket eights on the button for Jinjia Hao. We expect to see a jam from this hand, I would think. 20 big blinds against a short stack open. Obviously, the short stack open is going to look a little bit strong, but eights is far too good of a hand. Small blind out of the way. Wang in the big blind, covered by this jam, also going to relinquish, and now it's back over to the shorty. Are we going to see the call for the tournament life made? See that he's not overly stoked about the situation, not too happy, does eventually relinquish. And it's always great to get a raise and a fold from a shorter player with pocket eights. Hao Shen jamming Queen Jack. Over to Xiaohu, going to let go of a6. Jam getting through. Xu Mingse. Pocket queens. Not going to just jam for 10.5 blinds. Instead puts in the raise. This looks pretty strong. Jinxia Hao. 7-8 suited. Hasn't quite acted yet. Don't expect him to be getting involved here, though. I expect this just to be folded. So it looks like it has been. Sun Yu Kai in the cutoff, though, calling the King 9 suited. Very wide peel here from the cutoff. King 10 suited as well. Everybody waking up with a hand. What is he going to do with the King 10? Looks like he's going to reach. Oh, he's reaching very deep as well. 3-bet going to be coming out from the King 10. A little bit of a hesitation at first. Yep. In goes 50,000, I believe. No, even more, 55,000. Liu Yang waking up with the ace-9. Seeing this unfolding, I don't know if he wants to be in here. Looks like a lot of carnage happening in front. And my hand is not that great. Looks like he's going to get another look at the cards before folding them. Back over to queens. Very easy decision here, I think. I think the chips are going to be going in relatively soon. Looking very, very stoic, not wanting to give anything away, but only 20,000 chips further. And they do go in. He's in a very good spot as well because Sun Yu Kai is going to fold one of the kings. So maybe a consideration as to whether or not this re-raise actually reopens the action. And I think it barely does. So a very nice size there from Xiao Hu, recognizing that the amount behind is going to allow him to re-raise behind or have the fear of that. But instead, a fantastic opportunity for the pocket queens to find a full more than double up to 200k. 4-3 does no help to King 10. Ace does add a chop out, and the 5 on the river is going to let that happen. A straight on the board. These two will chop the money up. A bit of a get out of jail free card there for Xiao Hu. Xu Mingse, definitely hard done by there. Looked like a fantastic opportunity for a more than double up instead. He is going to come out with a bit of profit, but not the profit that he was hoping for. Not going to try his luck with the ace-8. Jinjia Hao has already won a nice pot with pocket 8s. Going to try again. Action folding around to Shahu. King 10 suited. 10-5-4. It's going to come out with the best hand here. In fact, it's going to be a relatively tough time for Sun Yu Kai. Top pair as well. Folding over to Shahu, firing out a bet. The 4 of diamonds changing nothing. Sun Yu Kai is going to put in the chips himself this time. $35,000. Shahu with a very easy decision, I would think. Does put in the call. 190K in the middle. These guys are a little bit more than that behind, as another 4 is very good for Sun Yu Kai. The chop is confirmed. It's going to get over to Shahu. What is the decision going to be? How large is this going to be made? Has to think that he's always got the best hand here. Overpairs probably aren't really going to be a thing. Counts out a bet of around 90,000. Is this the amount that's going to be fired forth? Yes, it is. And the snap call. And these guys are going to chop it up. $350K pot split in half. 40 players remaining of 330 that entered. Xu Mingzei's 102,000 is going to get folded. The King 5. A few hands here. The ace 3 for Hao Shen. It's going to get looked up by the sixes. We are going to have an all-in and a call here. Sixes against the ace 3 suited. Let's see all 5. Oh, wow. That is not a flop you want to see if you have sixes, and the 4 of clubs will seal the deal. 6 on the river, meaningless. Xiaohu going to be doubling up Hao Chen. Sun Yukai not going to get involved with another very pretty hand, the Jack 10 going down. Deuces for Wang Gengyong. As the blinds have gone up. It would have been for 11 big blinds, instead just a fold. Shout out to Brendan Hardy. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Hope you're doing well. A limp from Shenji in the small. Let's see what Xu Mingzei wants to do with 8 big blinds and 10-8. Just going to check in case a trap is lingering. Couple of sixes and an ace. 10 high is still the best hand, but it's never easy to know that. Especially when you're getting led into. As it needs to be 10,000. A bet of 7 was attempted. And whilst this looks a little bit funny from Shu's perspective, you still have 10 high, so there's not much you can really do against it. Fold is made. Still 40 players remaining. Still a long way to go until we are down to our champion today. And we will have a champion today. Only a 2-day event. Not going to be dragging this one out to a third. Wang Yong just folded deuces. Don't think 7-8 suited is going to be too appetizing. Though he looks like the interest has been peaked. Not quite. Shahu, similarly not interested in ace-8. This is going to fold around to our short stack in the small blind. King 9 offsuit feels like a very worthy all-in candidate, and the trigger is pulled. Jin Xia Hao, Queen Jack, definitely going to want to ask for a count here. For 8 big blinds, this definitely is a very, very close decision. But it looks like not close enough as the fold does get made. Pocket fours for Wang. He's folded deuces and 7-8 suited, going to keep the folding going. Shahu not as comfortable as he was before, slipping down to 212,000. Shenji going to try some things here. But it's not going to work out, assuming, say, ace-queen offsuit. I have to think a very, very easy jam. 14 big blinds. And the chips do go in. Nobody waking up with anything in the blinds, and I don't think Shen is going to be sticking around with king 6 either. But he is thinking about it. Looks like more of a saving face kind of thing. Is actually, he thinks about it some more. Carefully considering the options before eventually just mucking. Sixes for Xu Mingse, facing the under the gun open from Xiaohu. Looks like he's going to pass up on the decision to jam. Oh, but Wang Sengyong, amazing timing for the sixes fold. The big blind waking up with the ladies. Nothing but folding for a while until this opportunity. There were a couple of hands where potentially jams could have been made. Instead, bided his time, and now in go the remaining biscuits. Against an under the gun range, this looks pretty strong, but King Jack offsuit facing a 10 big blind jam. It's going to feel a little bit awkward. Looks like the call goes in. Cards are on their back. Queen's needing to fade a king. Two clubs is going to help out with the future out. Six of clubs even more so. The river is an 8. And that is a much needed double for Wang Sengyong. Xiaohu was our chip leader not long ago. Now things have evened out quite a lot. And he has gone all the way down to the bottom, our short stack. Chen Ji, a little bit over 15 big blinds. Just lets it go. Xu Mingse has done a fair bit of jamming. Don't think 10-9 is going to qualify from the hijack. Fold is made. Some nothingness to the other players around to Wang in the small blind. 4-3 offsuit. A 7 to some. Not a very good hand in Hold'em, though. Just decides to mark, and Lu Yu Yang in the big blind was playing snap. Shenji's ace-queen suited. He's been pretty speculative with some of the hands he's opened. We've seen some king sixes, some king eights, but now waking up with the nuts, or very close to the nuts anyway, he's going to feel a lot better. Looks like he's going to demonstrate to these guys just how strong his hand is. He was min-raising it before, and now he's found the raise at 26K. He is covered by Shu Ming Sei, but Shu doesn't think anything of it with the pocket fours. Likewise, the 5-4s and the other hands in the late positions getting folded to the blinds. Nobody wants a piece. He's going to take this one down uncontested. Reminder that these guys are playing for a first place prize of 93 million Korean won, which translates to roughly 70,000 American dollars. Huge, huge prize pool up for grabs. Wang Seng-yong, ace-8 suited. Putting those new chips to use with a raise up to 20,000. Very nice looking Panerai there. Over to Shenji. Puts in the call with Queen 9. Let's see a flop heads up. Ace King 5. Very good for one of these guys. Not so good for the other. Wang is going to C-bet. $37 remaining, as I believe these guys have either just received or are on the verge of a pay jump. Wang, Queen 10 offsuit. Going to raise from the hijack. Shenji, 8-7 suited. Looked very pretty. Probably not good enough from the small blind, though. Shu Ming Sei looking at this raise, weighing up the options with 10-4. Just going to muck it. Doesn't even want to defend. fives for Wang. Over to Shu, King 7 in the small blind. Going to get a look to see how deep the player in the big blind is. Because there are definitely worlds where you can be jamming this, covering the other player. Let's see exactly what he's going to be working with, though. Nah, it looks like just a call. Oh, the Jack 10 suited for Jinjia Hao could definitely be considered a jam as well. Against a limping range, this hand is very, very pretty. Looks like he is going to jam. Very nice, confident poker here in the King 7. Gets a double check of, and then I believe folded. And down it goes. These guys aren't afraid to run the chips if they are confident in their decisions. Button not interested with 10-7. Jin has 18 big blinds, is covered by the player in the big blind. Wow, it still decides to jam. Very aggressive poker here, and it is going to work out. The 6 deuce does not want any piece. And like I said, these guys are really not afraid to let the chips fly should they have to. King 9 for Sun Xianfang. Not today. Plenty of nothing burger hands here. Round once again to Jinjia Hao. King deuce offsuit on the button. Also not excited. Sun Yu Kai is going to get a look to see at the player on his left to see how many chips there are. Looks like just a call. 3 deuce offsuit for Wang. Just going to check. It's a massive flop for the 7-6 of diamonds, a gut shot and a flush draw. In goes a bet. And 3 high, not wanting any piece. Just immediately relinquishes. "33 players left. Chip leader at this table, relatively short. 29 big blinds. Sun Jianfeng, our shorty, with 12. Definitely going to be some monstrous stacks at the outer tables. Just going to have to see if they come over to the feature when we swap this over. As for right now, these guys are battling it out with middling stacks. Oh, serious mode engaged. The sunglasses have gone on. It's a warning to all of these other guys. A mountain of green chips in the big blind. Shenji, 15 big blinds, king 10. May want to open. We've seen him open the king 6 and the king 7, so not afraid to go a little bit wide into short stacks. And this is one of those scenarios where should he get jammed on, he's going to be absolutely hating it. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So far, nobody wants a piece. Ace 8 suited seems intrigued. We saw a peel from Sun with king 9 suited against an 8 big blind stacks opening before. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him go either direction here. Seems very intrigued. Looks like he will reach for chips. Fires in the call. Wang's 10-8 is out of here, and now the short stack. 4-3. No suit, unfortunately, but feels like it's good enough to come along with. So 3-way action to a flop. 75k in the middle. Sun Jianfeng with just 87,000 behind. What is the flop going to hold? Ace high, but a gut shot for the 4-3. Decides on a check. And it is the king 10 that's going to be doing the betting. Not good timing, given the flat from the button with the ace 8 suited. Looks like the call has been made, and now the gut shot. Sucks to fold a gut shot with so many chips out there, but have to feel that it may just not be good enough here. No, he is going to fire in the call, so 135k in the middle. Sun with 67,000 behind. The turn now brings him a double gut shot, but it would not be good given the ace 8 would improve to a higher straight. King 10's drawing dead. Is Shen Ji going to fire another bullet multi-way here? Looks like he's going to get another glimpse to see whether or not he has any spades in his hand. I do think, however, that this hand multi-way is time to give up. And he does decide to wave the white flag. Sun throwing out a single chip to represent an all-in. realizing that he comfortably has the best hand now. And if these guys want to win this pot, they're going to have to gamble. The double gut shot goes down in flames. And I think the king 10 is going to be following very closely behind. Yeah, down it goes. Nice hand, Sun Yu Kai. Up to 385,000 now. Shenji now slipping down to 10 big blinds after that pot. No doubt a little bit frustrated. Pocket fours, 15 big blinds plus 2. Assuming Zay definitely been the most active player when it comes to jamming so far today. This is not one of those scenarios, though, just decides against it. Sun upgrading very so slightly from ace-8 to ace-9 suited. Seems like diamonds are his best friend today. Don't think he can be doing any jamming with this hand, given there's a stack on his immediate left with over 20 blinds, but a raise is mandatory. So he reaches and fires in 22,000. No defense. Is everybody with napkins going to just fold? Action folding to the short stack on the button. Sun Jiangfeng, Queen 5 suited for 6 big blinds. Feels like a moment to say good luck, sir. The field has slipped down to 30. Current payout at this point is 3.2 million Korean won. So it looks like he hasn't put all of his chips into the middle, but most of them are. Oh. Liu Yu Yang, 10-7 suited. Lets it go. Hao Chen, King 8. As the raise was made to 36K. He's going to put in the call, so still 26,000 behind. What does the flop hold? Queen Jack, 4 with a couple of diamonds. Sun has taken the lead. And Hao Chen's going to need a king or a couple of diamonds to find the KO here. Deuce of clubs is no help. Deuce of diamonds, no help either. So queen 5 with the double. Up to 139k. Lu Yu Yang, 13 big blinds and king queen. I wonder if this is going to be a moment where the triangle is requested. I think that would be the optimal decision. On all in is the request. Chips going in. Fold from the small blind over to Shenji. Puts in the call with King Jack, and he is in very rough shape. Going to have to try and find a jack here, or a whole lot of clubs or hearts. Lu Yu Yang with a big opportunity to get up well over 200,000. Let's see all 5. Queen, but also a 10. 7 out still for the King Jack. 7 of spades reduces that, given the spades are out there, and the 10 of diamonds seals the deal. GG's for Chenji. Be finishing in 30th position for approximately 3.2 million won. Pocket 10s for Wang. Ace Queen going to be raised up to 24,000 as the blinds have ticked up to 6K, 12K. Nines for Hao Chen, though. Does zip it in. And I don't think Wang is going to be folding for this many. Could definitely be jamming some ace-jack suiteds and ace-tens. I think a call is in order, but it is going to be for 75% of his stack. Weighing the options up. Really thinking this through and decides to fold. Wow, did not expect to see the fold come out. And Hao Chen shows 9, saying, I guess we were flipping, and definitely were. Xu Mingzhe is our shorty. Just 10 blinds. Jam from Sin Jiahao with ace jack. Over to... Oh, sorry, jam from Xu Mingzhe. Forgive me. And Jin Jiahao with the ace jack is going to re-jam, and we are going to have an all-in and a call here. Xu Mingzhe has done a lot of jamming, but on this occasion he's going to need to do some catching up. Let's see all 5 cards. King high flop, though. It's always good when there's a king in the window. 6 of diamonds changing nothing. Needs to fade 1 of 2 aces. Cannot do it. The ace of spades on the river, giving Jin Jiahao the best hand. And GG's in the chat for Xu Mingzhe. Hitting the payout desk. Going to collect 3.5 million Korean won. But will not be proceeding any further. As all of a sudden this table is down to 5. Or even 6, excuse me. Once we get down to 27, we will be bringing over a few more to give us our final 3 tables in this event. And potentially a stack with a lot more firepower than what we're seeing here. Nobody at this table with an overwhelming amount of chips. Queens for Liu Yang. Starting this one with a touch over 20 blinds. Ooh. Hao Chen reaching for chips, though. Pocket sevens is going to find the call. Jinjia Hao with Grant's favorite hand. Just going to hit the muck with it, though. And action's going to fold around to Wang, not interested. Queens and sevens going to a flop. Could we see an upset lingering? No, we cannot yet. Jack high. Very, very good for the pocket queens. In goes the continuation bet. Sevens are going to get a look at the suits. With the seven of spades, may consider calling one street. But does not look very comfortable. You can see him agonizing already. And the fold is made. And it is a good fold. Good news has been told as well. Pocket queen shown. Bit of relief there. Pocket nines for Jinjia Hao. Expect to see him raise this. Given he found the knockout earlier, he no longer has to play all in or fold. So, going to assume it's a welcome change in strategy for him. Sun Yukai folding a7. Apologies if you heard some car horns. I think that was Tom's mate. Hao Chen, ace jack, 24,000. Ooh, but Sun Yukai waking up with the ace queen offsuit is going to make life a little bit more miserable for Hao Chen here. Does find the 3-bet to 71k. Back over to Hao. Ace Jack, 187,000 behind. Getting up a look at the clock. Getting a look at the payouts. What is the decision going to be here? He knows that Sun has been active, so he may not immediately believe that this should be a fold. But after a little bit of consideration, that is the decision that he makes. $9.1 big blinds for Sun Jiafeng, our short stack. Wang's pocket sevens. Raising to 25K and another player with an opportunity to jam on him. This one a very easy decision. Less than 10 big blinds, ace queen. Have to feel that a call is going to be made as well, but hold the phone. Lu Yu Yang waking up with ace queen himself on the button. Going to ask for a count. As things are never as simple as they seem on the surface. This is a very interesting decision. Should it go jam, rejam? As it looks like player in the small blind cannot wait for his turn to act. Maybe he just really needs to use the bathroom. We don't know for sure. And the all-in comes out. And now it's going to get back over to sevens with a very, very miserable decision to make. Both of the blinds relinquish back over to Wang Sengyong, who does also fold. Ace queen and ace queen. So needing to fade a lot of spades. can so far. Only one of them. 6 of hearts, though, is going to make this a chopped pot. Ace King for Wang. Just jamming from under the gun for 210k. Sun's fresh stack just posturing here as he does let go of 10-8. Action over to Sun Yu Kai, having a bit of a laugh about the King 8 and lets it go. So we can see Sun still our short stack. 11 bigs. Queen 10 for Sun. Raise to 24,000. Lu Yu Yang, pocket 7s. With, might I say, some very, very cool looking sunglasses. Looks like they've been ripped straight out of like a Robocop or something. See if you can lock on to this pot with the 7s. While we're here, I might have a look to see about the other stacks to see whether or not there's any thought behind maybe raising or jamming his hand. Looks like he's just going to call, as Sun's open is very wide. As immediately behind, Hao finds the jam. Ace-9 suited. Back around to Lu with 7s. Knows that Hao has been a little bit frisky with some of the hands that he's been raising and jamming, so he's going to have a look at this and see exactly how much it's for. It will be for 15 bigs, so probably a little bit steep for the 7s, but he's definitely going to consider it. Looking at the clocks, looking to see what's going on everywhere. Counting out what it looks like as a beverage being placed onto the table. Looking up at the clock, seeing how many are left, seeing what the prize pool is going to look like. As it looks like racks are being brought out, meaning we're going to be going on a break after this hand or near the end of this hand. And the fold is made. Ace is shown. A little bit cheeky. And it looks like that will be a break, guys. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our coverage here of day 2 of the Baby Dragon. Brand new faces here as we continue our coverage. And I have been told that my partner in crime, Grant Gardner, is going to be here momentarily. No doubt giving us more of his ever so valuable insight. Sevens for Chen Wenwen. Xiaoxian, ace-jack offsuit. Starting this one with almost 15 big blinds. Looks like a 3-bet going to go in. Back over to Chen Wenwen. What is he going to do facing this 3-bet with the sevens? He's going to have a yawn. Oh, no, he's not, sorry. It's the player in seat 1. This looks very, very strong off of the stack that he has, this 3-bet. So it looks like we have some new chips being featured. Those blue chips on top, I believe, are worth 25,000 each. The feature table that we had here before was a relatively short table, so now we've got some stacks with firepower. That player in seat 2 looking to have close to 1 million chips, definitely feeling very comfortable as the sevens get looked at and mucked. There's that trophy that these guys are playing for. Not only that, they're also going to be searching for the champion jacket, an exclusive aspect of the Red Dragon Poker Tour. So we will have a changeover of dealers.
Youngest Try Wizzy is back in the booth. Good to be here once again, Jordan. Please keep me up to date with what I've missed so far.
There he is, the man. How was your gym session, Grant? I have to ask.
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. Just got back from potions class and have a little bit of homework to do as well before I go to my dark arts lesson later this evening. You know, it's a pleasure to be in Gryffindor. Yeah, I am actually the youngest Try Wizzy. Jordan, are you dizzy? If Hermione's busy, I just Snapchat Ginny. It's pretty simple, guys.
Well, you didn't miss too much. We began with 50. We've fallen down to 24. This table is a lot deeper than the table that we had here earlier. Multiple players here sitting up over that 600k mark. You can see those blue chips are now in play worth 25,000 each. So plenty more depth of play here. The largest stack that we had at the feature table just before was 400k. So this is going to be a very, very different collection of stacks.
Oh, some deeper stack play. This could be interesting. Perhaps now this opens the door for some jacking off. And right on cue, Mr. Wang Yongbin here. He likes the jacking off when he's a little bit deeper. And who can blame him here? Just calculating the size. You can see the cogs turning in his mind right now. Surely coming in for the raise here from under the gun +2. And yeah, right on cue. My man Wang Yongbin here came to party.
And party it is, up to 36k actually. So that's definitely a bit more of a party than we would usually be expecting. But Chen Wen in the small blind is going to try and crash the party. Ace-Jack suited has him in very, very rough shape.
And yeah, he does have him in rough shape, but anything can happen in this wonderful game. And I have to say, I love the commitment here from the jacking off, really committing to his cause here. 3x sizing. And Chen here will elect to call the ace-jack suited from the small blind, choosing to go post-flop with this one here. Has the opponent dominated for now, and on queen, queen, deuce, rainbow, nothing changes here for now. And Jordan, unfortunately, I've got Dumbledore on the blower right now. I'm being called back to the lesson for some reason. So I'll go and see what the professor needs, and I'll be back with you shortly in the booth to keep it professional, as always, and give these guys the lowdown on the action in this day 2 of your baby dragon.
Sounds amazing to me. Thanks for popping in and letting us know about your potions class. Looking forward to hearing about more of it soon. The ace-jack is going to turn a pair and call a bet. And the king on the river is going to bail Wang Yongbin out. What size is Wang going to choose here with the rivered king? No, just decides to check it back, and he's going to see that he managed to find a get out of jail free card. 166k going his way up to 577. Getting a look at the chip counts now. Li Shanshan, our current table captain. 81 big blinds. Sun Jianfen got brought over from the feature table that we had not long ago. And he's seeing that this table is a little bit different to the last time he was at. 6.9 bigs is going to be the short stack at most tables. But this one is a very, very different looking lineup of stacks. Must be a bit chilly in there as well. Everybody donning hoodies, staying warm. Kwang Yiming, A6 of clubs. raising to 27k. Blind still sitting at 612.12. Looks like nobody wants a piece. Round to Jinjia Hao. King 3 offsuit in the big blind. Not good enough. Let's it go. Queens for Sun Jianfeng, putting in most of his stack. Over to Chen Wenwen in the cutoff. This ace-7 suited, getting a look to see exactly how much he's going to have to risk. Looks like it's enough for him to put the chips in with Jinjia Hao waking up with 7s in the small blind. He's in very, very rough shape. But facing this action, I don't think he's going to want to stick around. Ace on the turn. And the queens are going to go down in smoke. Folding over to Chen, folding as well. Limped pot, blind be blind now. Looks like a quick stretch of the legs as we are going to head on a brief break, guys. Looks like some things need to get sorted out. We'll be back soon.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this coverage of day 2 of your baby dragon. Down to 21 players now, and we will be streaming this one until we have ourselves a champion later this evening. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside the Aussie legend, Mr. Jordan Bromley, and we're picking up the action here. Wow, very, very interesting there. Very tight fold, it seems. Oh no, okay, finally the graphics have updated. I was about to say my favorite hand here, jacking off. How can one resist in the hijack? Blinds will start at 10,000, 15,000, big blind ante 15K. So this 30 Gs you see here from Mr. Li Zongjian will be the new price of poker, presumably going forward. The min raise, as these new kids on the block these days keep doing so often. I mean, we'll see Wang here cold call king 10 off from the small blind. So he's out of position and dominated, but domination rotation here on 10-7-4 2 spades. And Jordan, I have to say, sir, I did lie to you about going to potions class earlier. I went for a cheeky chess session at the gym.
All right, run me through the chess session as we run through the action. Firstly, this king 10 improving to the best of it. Doesn't look like a check has been made yet, but there it is. Over to Li Zongjian in the hijack. And hijack, jacking. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this gentleman here, he's not slowing down, completely whiffing the flop here, but he's going to continue the story with jacking off. And look at that mischievous little grin on his face there. Need to try and maintain a bit more of a poker face, my friend. So we're going to see the check call here from Wang with top pair. Of course, not going anywhere for now, but some potential turn cards can make this scary here. I don't think the 7 of clubs is one of them, though. Pairing the board here. Not many 7x in the range of Li Zongjian. So Wang here will take his time to decide, does he want to check this one in flow, or does he want to lead now and potentially protect that pair of 10s? Potentially a card that in theory he would lead on here, because it does have a lot of 7x that would check call flop here and want to take this line on the turn. And yeah, nicely timed lead there, not giving away any free equity, and met with a snap fold from Li Zongjian there. So that's the end of jacking off once more. But I'm sure these guys here, as I look around and see their faces, they just strike me as the kind of players that if they get dealt jacking off, they'll be playing it aggressively. They'll be in the mixer for sure.
All right, now that we have a slight reprieve before the next hand begins, very quickly, Grant, what was this chess session?
Yes, good question. This meaty chess session today, it was a hit and run style session. We were in and out pretty quick. We started off with the chess press machine, an absolute classic, loading up the plates on there, absolutely pumping 3 sets, every single set to failure, my friends, as we see Chen Wen here. Opening things up under the gun, queen 10 suited. Ducks will get folded behind there. These small pairs don't usually play well, especially when you've got a lot of players yet to act behind you. However, 7's on the button. A different story. We'll probably see Yongbin here continue with a call. And after the chess press machine, we moved over to the decline press machine. So sat back in there, put the seatbelt on, strapped in. And once again, 3 meaty sets, sent it to the moon. Absolute failure in every single set, squinting like I had an extremely tough river decision to make during every single rep. I was getting some looks from those around me, but each to their own. You don't have to watch if you don't want to. I'm there to work. And that's exactly what I did here. Did we see Mr. Zhao Xian defend from the big blind? That is the question here. This hand, King 9 offsuit, will be dominated against that under the gun opening range, so he does wisely get out of there. Would be in a lot of trouble sometimes if he potentially were to hit a king high flop. Could be losing more money to hands like King Queen, King Jack. And this time we do see Queen 6 deuce rainbow here. Presumably a nice flop for both people to see. However, Queen 10 way ahead of the 7s right now. And then after the decline machine, the classic, the pectoral fly machine. Can also do this one with the cable machine, but yeah, we went for all machines today, loading up the plates. And 3 sets, once again, you know the drill, sent to absolute failure and beyond. And then we finish things off on the cable machine, 2 sets of flies, putting the machine to the very bottom, so raising up above the chest in front of me, and that will be hitting the lower pectoralis minor, as they call it in the biz. As we do see 7s, betting the flop here, 45% pot sizing, probably here a mix between a value and protection bet, but as we can see, way behind, and things only getting better now for the Queen 10 suited. Picks up a flush draw and eliminates one of Wang's outs here. Only the 7 of hearts on the river will get him out of jail. So I pray for this gentleman. He does find the check behind here because Chen, with the top pair and flush draw, obviously going nowhere. And we did 2 sets on the cable machine with the flies to smash the bottom of the chest, and it's bish bash bosh, jobs are good. And as you know, Bob is your uncle and Fanny is indeed your aunt. And then we ran straight out of there, chest absolutely pumping.
Sounds like a great session as we see the turn go check, check. And 1 out is plenty. The river 7 of hearts, enough to get the job done for Wang Yongbin.
Yeah, just give me a moment here, Jordan. 10. Got a little bit of sick in my mouth, my friend.
The 1 outer banging the river off, 270k, the size of the pot, the bet of 80,000 into the middle from the Queen 10. And Wang is not going to be reacting to this with kindness. A little bit of a lean back and forth in his seat, trying to decide what the best option is. And we know what the best option is. It's going to be requesting all of the biscuits, or at least a large raise. Leans forward and getting a closer look. Probably a little bit shocked at what this outcome has brought for him.
Yeah, you can see that confusion here, right?
Yeah, he's very confused, but those blue chips are being reached for 25,000 each, being stacked up. Looks like he's got around 175,000 worth of them, but I think he may be reaching for some extra chips by the way of those browns. Looking up, looking around, and in goes the raise. Looks to be 240,000. And a snap call is made by Queen 10. Wang Yongbin has surpassed 1 million chips with the 1 outer 7 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, absolutely insane turn of events there. 7 of hearts out of nowhere.
Cannot believe it.
We did see that confusion on the river from Wen there. Wasn't sure how to play the value hand because wasn't expecting to spike it. But the size in there, 3x, maybe hit the nail on the head. Because got the snap call from the Queen 10. And potentially any larger raise on the river there would have been met with a fold. So very unfortunate there for Wen. But still, things far from over here. 21 players remaining in this day 2 of your baby dragon.
And perhaps Wang joined you at the potions class that you were at before the gym, brewing himself up some Felicitas Fatalis or some liquid luck to bang that 1 outer off. Definitely need to check his pockets to see if there's any empty vials.
Wow. We do have another Harry Potter super fan in the booth, it seems. And that'll be 2 of us then right here. And I wonder which one of these players here has drank their liquid luck this morning. Because now, less than 10% of the field remaining. Starting to advance towards the final 2 tables. Things are heating up. And with the blinds increasing, got to start to run good now. Got to pick up some big hands. Doesn't matter how skilled you are at this game. Luck is definitely a huge element when it comes to closing out a tournament. And I'm sure if Mr. Ron Weasley was here in attendance, he'd be chip leading this one right now after downing a vial of the good stuff.
Getting a look at things, 10K, 15K with a 15K big blind ante, 21 players remaining. So these guys have locked themselves up 3.5 million Korean won so far, but they're not thinking about the current payout. They're thinking about the first prize payout, 95,645,000 won. Long way to go, though. Need to get past 20 other players to reach it.
And someone's got to do it. So why not me? That would be the thought going through my mind right now if I was still in this one. And Jordan, I have to say, being the youngest Tri-Wizzy, I do become quite judgmental of others around me. So I just want to say to you, sir, stop acting silly. I've got a pack of the Gilly. I've got about 3 men with me. I'm in a blacked out cab with Fred, George and Ginny. And I'm on my way to get a milli, my friend.
I'll take your word for it, Grant. I will definitely have to take your word for it. As it looks like we are going to have a player shifting to an outer table, as we've got 3 tables of 7. In fact, even fewer than that. 6 players here. King 8 for Wang Yongbin. 1 million chips in his possession. All over to Xiaxian. Ace Queen offsuit in the cutoff. A little bit over 10 blinds. Have to think the triangle is going to be requested, and in it goes. As it looks like that number is a little bit inaccurate. Looks like 2 full stacks of browns plus a blue chip on top. So looks like at least 225k into the middle here. Just going to have to see how it eventuates. And yeah, the graphics do update. 250 is the count. Going to take it down. Those of you tuning in who are wondering what else we are going to be covering over the course of this series, wonder no further. This Baby Dragon 1.5 million won buy-in is first up. Once this concludes, we'll be moving on to the Red Dragon Prestige High Roller. 6 million won buy-in there. And then the flights of the Red Dragon Championship kick off. 2.5 million Korean won. Kicking that one off translates to roughly 1.7k USD to buy in. Then we have the Red Dragon Prestige Super High Roller. 12 million won buy-in. Finishing off with the Red Dragon Closer, which is going to be the same as this one we have on screen right now, 1.5 million to enter. So it looks like Xiaxian is going to decide to just run it here. 325k in the middle with 7s from the hijack. 20 big blind
interesting jam here. 21 big blinds, Jordan. Larger than most would probably put their stack in with pocket 7s here.
Nobody wanting a piece. He's going to get it straight through. As if you're watching on Facebook, don't forget to like the video. Always want to try and get as many responses and reactions on the video as possible. As well, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Red Dragon Poker Tour. That way you can get notified whenever we go live. Plenty more events to go for the remainder of this 10-day series. This is day number 3. Plenty more Harry Potter references, plenty more banter, conversations about lifting weights and everything in between. So looks like Kwan Yi Ming is going to open the 10s. Wang Yon Bin, King Queen offsuit next to Act. Let's see what the King Queen, the man with all of the chips, is going to do. It's actually a very large size from Kwang. It's a 50k.
Wow, very, very interesting hand there. Came with more than 3x sizing, and that got King Queen off just a fold. Versa open from the button there. Pretty interesting and very, very tight, some might say, about the King Queen fold, but perhaps the sizing had something to do with it. But still, would have much preferred to see at least a call or potentially even a 3-bet there from the King Queen. When he goes the bigger sizing, more enticing to try and steal the dead money. You're getting less of a price to defend, but there is more money out there to try and steal. King Queen off there, blocking combinations in your opponent's range. Part of his nutted range as well, so pretty nice combo to do it with. But still, interesting to see always on these feature tables, players with their own styles deviating from a DTO baseline. And that gentleman potentially just waiting to get down pocket 7s again and won't be playing a single hand before that happens. As we do see Raisin take it there with Mr. Lee with the snowmen. And yeah, after my gym session today, I did have the pleasure to share a pumpkin juice with a baddie. But unfortunately, had the mudbloods calling me daddy. So yeah, ran into the back room and grabbed the Cali. And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is day 2 of your baby dragon. Picking up the action here. Blinds are 10,000, 15,000. Big blind ante, 15 Gs. And Kuang now showing that he likes to mix up his sizings here. 35k, ace 10 offsuit from the hijack. And everyone else here, only napkins, does fold around to the big blind. And maybe Chen, when, he's thinking, when am I going to get out a premium hand? But still, Queen 9 off here, probably still good enough to defend for 20,000 more.
I have to ask, Grant, was it pumpkin juice or poly juice?
Today, it's just the pumpkin juice. We're not looking to be anybody else other than ourselves. Stay true to yourself, guys. And I apologize in advance for anything else that does come out of my mouth on this stream. But like I say, being yourself, extremely important. So Kuang here, we'll see bet, does have the ace of hearts in his hand as well. Can continue bluffing on future streets should more hearts roll off. And of course, Chen flopping top pair here. Easy check call. Very interesting turn here. 8 of hearts. And Chen not checking in flow here. Coming with the lead. Pretty interesting. Does pick up a flush draw to go with the top pair, as well as a straight draw now. Kuang will be thinking here how to proceed, knowing that your opponent can never have the nuts here. And just a call is the course of action. So we're going to a river here. And yeah, Jack of Hearts. Nice and spicy. Because when improves. But the 9 of Hearts here, no good. Kuang coming out on top here. And the question is now, how much?
Yeah, both of these guys improving on the river. The Ace of Hearts, though, definitely the best of it. Full stack of those blue chips worth 500k, so plenty of ammunition. Are we going to see the whole lot? Yes, we are. Jam coming in from the nut flush, and Chen Wenwen recoiling, not too confident. Seeing a bet of that size, it would be his tournament life on the line to put the chips in and make the call here. 18 remaining. Now, if we're going to have any bluffs here in Kwang's seat, what do you think would be some of the main candidates? Do you think you would have something like 2 pair or something like 1 pair, or would you rather unblock those to allow your opponent to snap fold them, Grant?
Yeah, good question, Jordan. I think in this specific hand, as played, when we call the turn in position, it's very unlikely to arrive at this river with a pure bluff. All hands that would have called the turn, surely containing a heart. Therefore, we always improve on this river. Unless, as you said, we had a combination without a heart, such as 2 pair or a set. But if that was the case here, surely you have enough showdown value to try and check that back. If you start to bet those combinations, such as 2 pairs and sets here on this river, in general, you will be over bluffing in this spot here, meaning that you have way too many bluffs compared to how many hands you can actually bet the same size for value with. So I do think here, Chen Wenwen, although having the 9 of Hearts, I think we'll be able to get away from this one, knowing that Kuang here is predominantly going to have it most of the time.
Kuang not giving anything away. Trying to keep as still as possible. Chen Wenwen isn't really looking at him at all, though. He's just keeping his eye on his own stack, and looks like the fold is going to get made. Down goes the 9 of Hearts. Kwang Yi-ming over $1 million.
And Kuang there choosing to show 1 card. Presumably he showed the 10 of spades. Cheeky. But to me, if I saw that card in Chen Wenwen's shoes, I would only feel more happy about my decision to fold, because that 10 surely backed up with another heart, or at least the 9, which would have been a rivered straight. And it wouldn't have made sense there to bet the river holding a straight. So just feel more comfortable that the other card not being shown was indeed a huge heart. So nice try, Mr. Kuang there. But next time, you need to be on the next level if you want to come with the 1 card show here. We've got 2 masters in the booth, and we don't miss a thing.
Yeah, good luck getting that one through. Hey, safe for saying wrong, our short stack in the cutoff, a little bit fewer than 12 big blinds, may feel like this is an opportunity to jam, and in go the chips. A very inspirational looking man on the button. Xiaoxian letting it go. Queen 10 likewise in the small blind. But the ace queen's going to be snapping it off. Li Zhongxian puts in the call. Zhang Rong in rough shape, needing to find a lot of hearts or an 8 in order to stay alive in this tournament. Oh, and that is a helpful looking flop. Domination rotation as Li Xiangshan needs a queen now to find the KO. The 7 of clubs is not going to help. One of 2 river cards needing to be faded for the double up to be ensured. And a repeat 7 is going to confirm that. So Zhang Rong on the right end of that one, up to 365k. Looks like Kwang Yiming going to raise queens and get it through. Up to 70 big blinds now. The only player north of $1 million. Shen Wenwen now a short stack, 223k. I'll let you take this one away, Grant.
Thank you, sir. Under the gun here, Mr. Zhang Rong, holding the king of clubs and the jack of hearts. And he does not want to partake here with jacking off. Wow, look at him. Is he even old enough to play this game? Can we get an ID check on that gentleman, please? He looks about 16 years old, but still, I think it's a very cute, very conservative fold with the jacking off there. Choosing not to partake with around about 24 big blinds from under the gun. I think that's a nice fold there. Conserving your stack with a potentially fringe hand at this point. Does have some big stacks to his left that can potentially 3-bet him as well. So I don't mind the fold under the gun there. Of course, still a fan of the more adventurous player type that wants to get involved and go down the rabbit hole with the jacking off. Get himself into a very, very sticky situation. But instead, it has allowed to make way for a heads-up pot here. And Wang flopping best here on ace-9-7. A very calculated player is Yong Bin. Taking his time with every decision. And interesting indeed here to see Wang elect to lead this one. But Chen Wenwen, with the quick call, realizing that Wang probably wouldn't lead any super strong hands on this texture. Let's pick up a gutter on the turn now. And remember what happened the last time these two guys went at it and Wang had the 2 7s. Things didn't end well for Chen Wenwen. And right now, Wang still has the best hand. So if he wants to continue bluffing here, or at least in his mind, thinks he's doing so. Potentially takes down another pot against Wen, but instead comes with the check here. So after calling flop here, does Chen have a plan? Picking up the additional equity on the turn as well. Are we going to see a small bet here from Wen? And
No
we'll
checks
try
back. The river card now a repeat 6. So Wang Yongbing getting to the river card with the check mark. 7 deuce working out. What are we going to see here on this river? Looks like he is going to lead. Chen Wenwen hasn't folded just yet. Is there potentially a bit of a devious plan in place here against this 80k bet? 173,000 behind, so it may seem a little bit too ambitious given how few chips he has. What is it that we're going to see? As the doom zoom pans closer. Eventually the fold is made. Wang Yongbing more than happy to stack the chips up. Getting a look at that trophy once again. 15 players separating one of these players with that trophy.
And I have to say, absolutely loving the tournament director's haircut. Similar style to myself. One of the best haircuts in the game. And quite often, people asking me if I'm related to Jason Statham. And just to clarify, guys, no, I am not. Although we are both British, we're actually not related. And also, same answer for Mr. Johnny Sins as well. He is actually American.
Don't lie, they're both your brother.
And just like that, guys, we're down to our final 2 tables. 16 players remain here in this Baby Dragon event. 3 flights brought us to the start of day 2 earlier today. And now we are advancing towards having a champion. And here is the defending champ himself. Getting out of there. The 7-9 suited from the cutoff. That gentleman has shown to play quite conservative. It worked out well for him last year in 2024. Took down this very tournament in July, of course. Got the champion's jacket there. Will he be getting another one today?
Looks like he's got himself in with a chance at least. 2 tables now. Getting to the pointy end of this event.
Mr. Lu Xiao here, the homosexual waiter, perhaps from another position.
Hey now,
Would have
come
picked,
on now, Grant. None of that.
and I'm sorry, but yeah, 2025, I guess you're right, Jordan. Must wind my neck in a little bit.
Attaboy. A6 for Kwang Yiming. Definitely going to be raising this one. Takes it up to 40k. Slightly on the larger side. Wang Yongbin, Queen 5 suited, getting a bit of a look around to see what the other stacks are looking like before making his decision.
And I just want to take this time, Jordan, to state that I'm not homophobic in any way. Absolutely not. You know, the homosexual waiter, the queen in the tray, simply just an image I like to paint in people's minds, just for some humor. But I absolutely love everyone, all shapes, sizes, and sexualities. And actually, living in Thailand for many, many years, I actually have many ladyboy friends myself, actually. So yeah, shout out to Dave, and shout out to James, and shout out to Paul as well. Hope you guys, sorry, girls, are doing good. And yeah, here we are now, 16 players remaining in this baby dragon, and I have to say, Jordan, what a time to be alive.
Certainly looking very exciting for these guys that are left. Once again, reminder that there is 93 million won for the winner in this event, as Chen Wen Wen is going to rip in the ace 10 for a touch under 12 big blinds. Oh, and Zhang Rong playing snap, but not going to get involved. Looks like we've got some new card protectors on the table. Is that a pumpkin? Am I seeing that right? Is that a pumpkin or is that a peach?
Yeah, certainly looks like a small pumpkin there. Hold the phone a second. Song Xian here, under the gun, min raise, jacking off, but our defending champ behind him, ace queen of diamonds. And he will finally come with an aggressive line here, 3-betting this one to 80,000.
And I will say that whilst Wang Shengyong has been a champion in this event in the past, he is not specifically the defending champion. There was a different champion in this event back in November. He won this one back in July. So he's going to take this one down.
Ouch. And yeah, Jordan just hitting me there for being a naughty boy and getting my facts wrong. Sorry, Jordan. Won't do it again, my friend. Or maybe I will. Who knows?
No, there's no reprimand, Grant. I was just giving you a little bit of support there.
Another 7 days ahead of this after today. So for sure, guys, expect many more mishaps slipping out of my mouth. Thankfully, though, we are on a 10-second delay here. So if anything too severe slips through the cracks, maybe I have time to call the director and cut the stream in time. And here he is, Mr. Wang, the non-defending champion here. Queen 10 offsuit under the gun. And nothing to shout about so far. Action will fold over to the button. Had this gentleman on the screen yesterday on the feature table for quite some time. And no one wanting to get involved there. Giving the doggy a walk. And I have to say, big shout out to one of my biggest inspirations, Harry Potter. I do want to be a wizard on the level of Harry. Walk into Borgin and Burke's, wearing a bally, flexing, doing some dark arts in the alley, and then finish with a Nimbus flex on the galley.
I must say that I'm going to have the opportunity to go to a Harry Potter kind of location in Melbourne, going on a holiday down there with my partner in the end of May. Apparently there's a Harry Potter event that's happening down there, so I'm going to go and check all that out, and I'll give you a review when I'm back. Very excited about that, actually.
Sounds electric. Don't forget to take your wand. Take your broomstick as well. I'm sure there's some flying zones down there. As we see Kuang here with a slice of discipline, folding the Queen 3 of spades under the gun. And Wang here, we saw him fare well with pocket sevens. Now he's got himself the tens. Will this be a similar story here? He looks interested. And indeed, he will be raising this one up here. And a massive shout out to the partner of Sir Jordan Bromley. Haven't had the pleasure to meet you, but for sure, if you are partnered up with this gentleman, then you must also be an elite human being. As we see Xiao Xian here, ace-10 offsuit. Pretty tricky decision. Starting the hand 14 big blinds. Facing the open in front of you, though. Not exactly the juiciest spot of them all.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see here from the ace-10. Looks like just a fold. Jack-6 suited for Wang Shengyon, starting with a little bit fewer than 30 big blinds.
Once again, conservative route by the non-defending champion, Mr. Wang, showing us that perhaps his road to success last time was in the form of him making big hands, getting paid off by his opponents, because he hasn't shown any tendencies to bluff or get aggressive or be out of line in any node so far. And shout out to Mr. Alex here, dealer from Malaysia. Very nice gentleman indeed. But we'll be very surprised if he has been Nimbus flexing on the galley before.
Ace-Queen for Wang in the small. Has to be a little bit cautious about what he does here. One of the only players at the table that covers him is in the big blind. And he has a mountain of chips, well over 50 bigs. Still, Ace-Queen is a lot of hand, and it's going to begin with a raise to 60k. Kwang Yiming dominated, Queen-10 offsuit.
And that's a new expression for me, Jordan.
Here.
You're going to have to clue me in on that one, my friend. You said he's got a lot of hand, and I've never heard that word before. What is hand?
let me say it again for you. He has a lot of hand. Is that better? Tried to take the Australian drawl off of it.
Okay, now I understand. I was getting lost in the translation there. And wow, very
As he doesn't
interesting
actually
Kuang
defend
there.
the queen 10. Did not expect to see a fold.
Yeah, me also, brother. Very interesting to just see him pitch that one. But maybe he knows his man. As I said, Wang being conservative so far. 3x sizing blind v blind. Queen 10-0 in position. To me, that seems like a pretty nice one to call. And mostly feel happy about doing so. But yeah, it was a great fold. As we saw, he was behind and dominated. Ladies and gents, I do have some bad news later during this stream. Mr. Jordan Bromley, he will be heading off to Defense Against the Dark Arts class. So we will be flying solo here in the booth, myself, trying to call the action. Luckily, I have ChatGPT on the side. So just got the rules up right now, and quite interested to see here that a straight flush actually beats 3 of a kind.
Wait until you hear what happens when you have just a straight against 3 of a kind, let alone a straight flush. Let me know when you get to that chapter as Wang finds the 3-bet, the king-queen offsuit, and Kuang 10-3. A little bit of a fiddle of the thumbs here. Don't think anything is going to be happening as they do get mucked. Likewise, Wang's king deuce suited back over to Li Zhongxian. 7-8 suited. This is just a min raise, so against this size, he may feel obliged to come along and the call goes in. See you on the flop, 210,000 in the middle. Let's see what happens with this one. Ace high with the queen and a 7. So both of these guys improving to a pair on the flop, but Li is going to have to improve once more to find the best hand. Our champion from back in July going to kick us off with a bet of 65k. And the 7 not yet going away as this pot begins to build to 340,000. The turn is close, but no cigar for the 7-8 suited. The 9 of spades. You can never be too sure of the strength of your hand if you have king queen here, though. There are definitely going to be some aces that Li is going to be calling, so can't be certain that you can confidently be betting this. Would not be shocked to see a check back. So it looks like that is the route we are going to go. And the river is one of those 8s. Li Zhongxian improving to the best hand, rivering 2 pair. Fires out a bet. Looks to be around 95,000. No, even larger, 120,000. And what do we do here with a queen? Just a fold. There's plenty of chips going that direction.
Yeah, and a massive shout out to Aidan Hildebrandt as well. You're absolutely right, my friend. That flop peel, stickier than Jordan's Dobby sock indeed. And I'm not quite sure what a Dobby sock is, but one can only imagine. Gone slightly lightheaded right now, trying to think about it.
Oh, Aiden's done me very dirty there. Thanks, Aiden. Appreciate it, mate. I hope you enjoy the port key you're experiencing today. Let me know when you arrive back to Earth and we can have a conversation.
And I have used a few port keys in my time as well. Been on a few adventures, exploring different parts of this wonderful world, I have to say. Very pleasant experience. Also quite terrifying as well. Now Mr. Wang here.
Yes. I must say that
Ace
the
7
port
offsuit.
key that Aiden's utilizing does not leave him in this universe. He is definitely well out in a different galaxy right now as we see the raise to 45k.
Ah, yes, a fellow space cadet.
Oh, most
Interesting.
definitely.
Make sure you don't fall into hypersleep, my friend. Don't miss the sights along the way. Some might say,
Oh,
once in a
dear.
lifetime experience. And yeah, raise and take it there. More respect for Mr. Wang. Utilizing his image pretty well so far. Plays on the tighter side, and I'm sure he knows it. Able to use that to his advantage in some spots, I'm sure. Potentially a part of his recent success. And I will give the graphics just a few seconds here. Don't want to jump to any conclusions because if my eyes don't deceive me, Mr. Li Zhangxian here, as I said before, every Chinese player does have an English nickname such as Barry or Winfried, and they also have a Russian name as well. And his Russian name would have been Denis Dunitoff, but no, he didn't actually open the 7-deuce offsuit for 8.5 big blinds. It did hit the muck. It was a graphical error. Instead, we see the jam from Chen Wenwen there. 7 bigs to start the hand. A vital pickup. And no callers there. Happy to take that one uncontested, I'm sure. Still 16 players remaining here. Final 2 tables at this Baby Dragon second and final day here at the Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino. And this Red Dragon Poker Tour series running from the 1st of May all the way until the 10th, of course. Got the high roller coming later today, concluding day 2 of that one tomorrow, live on stream. And then one of the notorious events from the series, the championship event. One of the better structured and longer tournaments, attracts a huge field always. As we do see, nice spot here for Zhang Rong. Folds to him on the button. 14 big blinds. King Queen offsuit here. Sends it into the middle. And surely now behind. Xiao Xian will feel as though he has to go with this one. Against that button. Open jamming range. Indeed he does. Flicks in the call.
And so the cards will be turned over. Ace 10 against the King Queen. Let's see all 5. Oh, there's a Queen straight away. Ace 10 needing to go into catch-up mode. The 10 is a good start. 1 of 3 outs on the river, and that's not going to be it.
Yeah, just a quick count and confirmation of the stacks. Unfortunately, that gentleman will realize he was indeed covered. So just like that, another one bites the dust, and we are down to 15 players here in your Baby Dragon. Closer to the final table. These guys one step closer to receiving one of those exclusive hats for all final table lists in key events. And we are one step closer to having a champion awarding that jacket to one of these lucky individuals.
Wang Shengyong not going to play the Jack 7. Kwang Yiming, though, ace-8 suited, it's definitely going to be in the realms of playability. Raised to 45k and the Jack 10 suited of Chen Wenwen. Looks like the call is going to be made. And the flop, 976. Both of these guys with a straight draw. And Chen is just going to open jam the flop for 6 big blinds. Kwang Yiming not going to be folding on their backs. Jack 10 on the 5 turn in very rough shape. But how's that for a river card? What an insane river.
Spicy. Date with an 8 there. And yeah, Chen Wenwen went for the donk jam, pulled off the move on a board that was potentially good for the range of the big blind, but walked into it when it doesn't matter. Gets out of jail there on the river, finding the 3 outer. And as you can see on the face there, this gentleman not feeling too pleased with that run out. Pretty unlucky. Only 7% equity there, but still, Chen Wenwen finds it. And we'll get the full double up to stick around here with 15 players remaining in your baby dragon. And I have to say, I am personally rooting for that man right there on your screen, Mr. Wang, previous champion of this event. I just absolutely love this guy's energy, his demeanor. Seems to be a very friendly gentleman as well. So more than happy to see the good guys running good.
Who's he meaner then?
That is a good question. We'll leave that one open for interpretation. As we see Yang Bin here.
You said he's the meaner.
I see now. I've been, once again, guys and girls, absolutely done here. And he's the meanest. As we see Lu Xiao here. Cold calling here with the pocket 4s on the Bhutan. And Chen Wenwen recently gained those chips. Are they going to be put back into the middle? It's a pretty nice spot here. After facing the late position open and a call. Almost half of your stack already out there in the form of dead money in the middle. Is this a great time to try and steal it? Wow, very, very tight, conservative fold there. But yeah, can't blame Wen after so recently doubling up. It would be a super sad spot to lose all those chips right now. So instead, we're going to have heads up action here on this ace 8-7, 2 diamonds flop. Wang, nothing but a backdoor flush draw, but does have that pre-flop betting lead and a reasonably decent flop here for his range. Also blocking ace king can start to see bet and represent a hand just like that one. And Wang is reaching. Pretty chunky bet here on this ace high board, although it is fairly wet as well. Just over 40% pot here, and I don't see how Lu Xiao can continue 3 overs on board. Facing the C bet, yeah, sends it into the muck. So nicely timed C bet there from the gentleman, playing his range rather than his holdings.
Ooh, ace king for Wang Yiming. Had over $1 million before, lost a couple of relatively small pots. Now going to try and claw some back with 15 players remaining. A little bit of confusion as to how much he wants to raise to. Decides on 45,000. Action folding around to the blinds. Li Shangxian not with anything. And the Jack 3 offsuit won't be getting defended either, I wouldn't think. $21 big's the shortest player at the table, so nobody in any immediate danger right now. These guys with the freedom to be able to slow down a little bit, but given how many chips are at this table, it makes me wonder what the stacks are like at the outer. I believe it was a 30k starting stack in this tournament, so 330 entries. We're looking at, what's that, like 9.9 million up top? Oh, 9.9 million chips in play. Is that right, Grant, or do I have that slightly incorrect?
Finally, ladies and gents, I get to get one back on him. It was actually a 40,000 starting stack in this one.
Oh,
I'll give you a moment to redo the maths there and come up with some calculations. But for now, all eyes on Mr. Zhang here with the Rockets. I've been raising this one to 40k. And Wang surely getting out of the way here. So now only the big blind can be a potential customer for Zhang Rong. Yeah, with this suited combination, he will flick in the call. Fortunately for Zhang, he will get some action. 9-7-7, 2 clubs. Aces, as we can see on the screen here. Pretty much a lock on this hand. But action will interestingly go check there. Nicely timed check back from Zhang here. Realizing potentially this board could be danger against the big blind defending range. And with that check back, not only does he get the check mark here, but he's also getting his opponent to put chips into the middle while drawing dead.
Zhang going to flick in the call, though, to the river, which is a jack.
And I would like to see Kuang here fire off a sizable bet. Given how this one has played here, Zhang can definitely be holding a hand with a single club in his hand that's not liking this run out or river card. And given we have a 10 in our hand, we do block 10-8 that has rivered a straight here. But 55,000, round about 1/3 of the pot. I don't think this is big enough here to get a hand such as aces out of there. And that being said, I don't even think a big sizing would get the aces to fold. But I'm talking more about the range of Zhang Rong here in the times where he isn't as strong. I do think that Kuang needs to choose a bigger sizing on the river there if he's going to decide to bluff. So a nice little swing there in the direction of Zhang Rong. Lovely check back on the flop. Will get him paid the absolute maximum there. And as you can see, chip counts on the screen right now. Two of these guys already stacking a milli.
Ace 3 from Li Xiongxian is going to get raised to 40,000. Nobody wants a piece. Liu Xiao, 1.1 million. I'm not sure if we're going to expand the laundries issues to hats, as I definitely remember seeing that New York Yankees hat yesterday. So I think we'll leave it for now, but we are watching you. Looks like he's going to take a raise with the King 7 up to 40K as the number in the top right has slipped down to 15. Folding around to Kwang Yi-ming, pocket fives on the button. Feels like a nice calling opportunity here in position. But action is not quite appropriate here. It looks like the small blind acted out of turn. Nine, 8, 3. 5 still in the lead, but it's the King 7 that's doing the betting. some additional outs by the way of a straight draw. And another over to the fives is even more dire. Makes it difficult to call another street should we see a further street of aggression from Liu Xiao. Very, very stoic at the moment, not giving much away. Hasn't decided to bet the turn. Looks like he's going to check it over. And the knuckle back from the fives. The river. Well, the five of spades gives Kwang Yiming certainty that he has the best hand. So we get some split screen action. We can see what Liu Xiao decides to do here. Does block 6-7. Wonder if that is going to be a consideration for him. But we know that Kwang Yiming is not going to be folding, as Liu Xiao does decide just to check. Request for the pot to be spread out, 190k in there. Given it's gone c-bet, flop, check, check, turn, and river, I don't think he can go too large to try and get much value here. But it looks like he is going to reach for close to full pot and a very, very quick fold. It's the bet of 100k. It was actually half pot, forgive me. And the king 7 very quickly getting folded there.
And of course, you are immediately forgiven, sir. Chip counts up on the screen right now. Blinds 10k, 20k. Big blind ante, 20,000. 15 players remaining here in this day 2 of your baby dragon. Edging ever so closer to the final table.
Action folding around to Zhang Rong in the small blind, just going to kick us off with a limp. In comes a raise, though. Oh, no, in comes a check from the big blind. King, Queen, 10. King 7 well out in front. Ace of hearts on the turn. Looks like the king is going to try and get some value. 8-5 high, probably not going to want a piece of it. As it actually looks like I've gotten that backwards. It's the 8-5 doing the betting. King 7 flicking in the call. River brick. Let's see if we're going to see the same thing as a check and a look darting the direction of the big blind. Liu Xiao, I think it's going to take a pretty considerable bet to win this. Looking down at his stack. Announces a bet of what looks to be 80,000. No insta-call. It's not going to be too comfortable given this was a limped pot pre-flop. The big blind can have every single jack in the deck outside of some of those much stronger ones. So it's not as easy as a decision as it may look with just a king, but I'm not sure if Zhang Rong is going to go the way of a call, keep his opponent honest. 80k seems to be a very nice size, as Zhang seems relatively indifferent in the decision here. Should he call, he'll move himself up to over 800k. But he needs to first put the chips in. And he will. Nice pickup there from the king. Liu Xiao caught bluffing with his muffin. And Liu Xiao up to almost 900k.
Oh, yes. And do you know the Muffin Man?
Lives on Drury Lane.
That's the one. That's the guy. The man, the myth, the legend. And a shout out to Chris Labrojo as well. Also, the man, the myth, the legend on the ground here in Jeju, helping things to run smooth as silk as always. Him and his production team here doing a fantastic job. And the Lucky Pumpkin holding strong for now. Still working its magic. We have lost another player at the outer table. So down to 14 we go. And it will be blind on blind battle. Liu Xiao here. Got the Dolly Parton 9 to 5. Wow, even though it's suited. Doesn't want to get involved. Chen Wen there. Stack of 420. Pretty impressive stack indeed. And I have to say, I'm feeling like a few butterbeers after the conclusion of this baby dragon, right before we roll on into our high roller later this evening. Mr. Wang there, conservative and disciplined as always. I'm not going to see him do anything stupid from under the gun. However, Zhang here wouldn't be in the wrong for raising this one. Very interesting here. We are seeing a lot of tight folds, and perhaps they could just sense that Chen Wen here was sitting with the goods in the small blind. Looks down at the pocket rockets. .3x sizing, and wow. Li Zhongjian here, ace-5 of hearts. The effective stacks here would definitely allow for an all-in. Fortunately for Li, he will just flat this one. And on King Jack 4, I feel as though Li here may have been saved by the deck.
Yeah, a little bit surprised given how Li Zhongshan has played so far that we don't see the all-in pre-flop, and it looks like he actually shows the ace-5 and then gets shown the aces in return. So seems very happy that he didn't take the aggressive route with his holding. The guy's having a bit of a laugh about it. And I have to say, Grant, that I'm also looking forward to having 1 or 2 butterbeers myself. The conclusion of play today. As if Wang keeps getting hands like this, he's going to have a few as well. Ace-King suited, but sang wrong. We were saying that we've had a lot of tight play. All of a sudden, people are waking up with hands. Wang opening 3 big blinds. Zhang Rong waking up with the second best hand ever created. Next to act, reaching for those blue chips, announces a raise to what looks like will be a 175k. Action folding past Shen Wen. And it looks like he's thinking this through. The Queen 5 going to get marked likewise in the small blind. All of these hands are just delaying the inevitable, as the 3-bet was actually to 150, not 175, and back to Wang Yongbin. What is going to happen here with the ace-king suited? A bit of a flex of the neck. Preparing himself to lift the weight of his stack into the middle, perhaps. Do we think we just see the request of the triangle straight away here, Grant?
Yeah, interesting spot here. At this stack depth here, that option definitely on the table. But I think from what we've seen from Wang, yeah, has been playing a little bit closer towards the chest. And therefore, not even going to reopen the action here, just flatting this one. And once again, potentially being saved by the deck here on Queen 8-8 Rainbow. If Wang can check fold this one here, he will have done himself an amazing job of avoiding a potential disaster.
These guys taking their time, so their decision on the flop, not wanting to do anything too rash. 365k in the middle. The blind's at 15k, 25k, so things are getting pretty expensive, as it looks like the ace-king's going to lead. That is not what I had planned to see.
And you and me both, my friend. Everything I was saying, I take it all back. Oh, Mr. Wang. He's betting here into the abyss. Only an ace will get him out of jail here. And on this board, pretty easy decision for Zhang Rong. Just clicks call, keeping his opponent on the tightrope here. Has position as well on Mr. Wang. And given the SPR now, makes a lot of sense that he would continue on the flop in the form of a call. And what does Mr. Wang want to come with now this turn? No help to him at all.
Wow, another bet being reached for by the ace-king. No. Yes. 25k.
Yeah, and I'm somewhat semi-speechless here, Jordan. 25,000 into a pot of over 600k. Pretty unconventional, to say the least.
What do you even do with kings here? Do you just wait and hope that your opponent decides to fire the rest on the river as a bluff? Do we raise now and potentially fold out the random air balls? I mean, I feel like you kind of have to build the pot against a queen, but I don't think a queen's ever doing this on the turn.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to try to determine the exact kind of hands that Wang would take this line with. And if he is doing this with a hand such as pocket nines, maybe a hand like 8-9 suited. Then raising with kings makes no sense here. But if you think he's got a hand that can call you, that you can beat, then trying to play for it all right now and protect your hand in the process seems like the play. Zhang Rong here, requesting the triangle, jams it in, not looking to mess around. And Wang here actually looks like he's interested in this one. But
do you think he thinks that maybe the 25k bet could have induced a jam from a hand like Ace Jack? I mean, I feel that's pretty ambitious to think through. I mean, it
very
really
optimistic.
looks like, yeah.
But yeah, he has somewhat semi-leveled himself there with that bet sizing. Maybe he feels as though it got attacked, but he will actually get away for that cheap price on the turn there. So worked out okay in the end for Mr. Wang. But still, pretty interesting line on the turn to take in the first place. As we are down to 12 players now. So we'll be losing one of these lovely guys here at the feature table. Balance the tables. 6 players each table now. And we are just 3 eliminations away from reaching the final table of your baby dragon.
Yeah, very close to our final 9. Ace deuce for Li Shongxiang on the button, raising to 50k. These blinds getting very expensive. Looks like Wang in the small blind weighing the options up. Ace 6 decides on the fold option. Oh, but Wang Yongbin in the big blind. Ace Jack decides on just a call. So let's see a flop. King 8-5, couple of hearts. Flush draw for Li Shongxian with the ace deuce. Wang still in front though. Ace Jack high looking like it's going to have to call at least one street. C-bet comes out. $40,000 from the button. Deuce of clubs on the turn, giving the ace deuce the best hand. The 4 of spades, sealing the deal for the ace deuce. Check, check. And these guys are going to turn their cards over. Sang Rong still our table captain, 48 big blinds. $12 players remaining. Definitely getting towards the pointy end. These guys, if they bust now, will lock themselves up 4.4 million Korean won. A6 for Lu Xiao. Just decides against it. Oh, kings for Shen Wenwen. What are we going to see here? Wang Yongbin letting go of the ace-4 in the small blind. Sang Rong for deuce. So probably no action for Chen. And the fold is made. Action once again over to Wang, folding the button. Sang Rong, Queen 3. Seven-6 suited for Liu Xiao. Facing this raise, this min raise from the small blind. Not something you would usually see. Nonetheless, the call is made. King 9-5. Four, adding some more outs to the 7-6. Another better 50k from Queen 3. And the 7 on the river is going to improve Liu Xiao to the best hand. However, may not feel that confident on a board where the backdoor flush draw completes. And there are still a couple of overs to your pair. To see how he ends up, what he ends up facing. It doesn't look like he is going to face any aggression. Check from Sang Rong. And just going to show it down. 15 big blinds for the champion from July. Going to have to do a little bit of work if he wants to get back into the mix of things here. $55 from Ace King. Folding around to Shen Wen Wen. 8-5 won't be defending. Pot going Zhang Rong's way. Seems to be amassing quite a collection of winning pots lately. The Kings against the Ace King earlier, a massive one for him.
Potentially, this is the hand that our previous champion will get involved with. But at this stack depth, under the gun, he might think wiser of it. Pretty interesting decision here. Jack 10 suited. Playing around about 15 big blinds to start the hand. And Wang Sheng Yong here feels as though it's good enough to open things up. And yeah, with his image and the recent game flow, I think I like it. Wang Yongbin here, he looks interested, and we can see why. 8-9 of diamonds. A few different ways you might decide to play this one. Wang here electing to call in position. That might invite Lu Xiao to join the party here. Pocket threes on the button. Has both of his opponents covered as well. So yeah, who can blame him for flicking in the call here? Yeah, and I think Li Xiongxian here, although getting a great price, would have preferred to see a fold there. A lot of the time here, Queen 8 offsuit potentially will be dominated. This time that isn't the case though. He will flick in the call. And we go four-way to a flop here. And Wang flopping best with middle pair, but pretty scary when you have two players behind you. Do see Wang check this one over. And yeah, action will check around to the 9 of clubs on the turn, pairing Wang Yongbin. Just give Lee a good shot here, but finally now Wang feels confident enough to bet his pair of jacks. And I think at this point, any size will probably get the job done. And Mr. Wang,
80,000.
Slide out. 1/3 pot sizing. Surely Yongbin here, after turning a pair, will just relinquish behind to any flop pair that Wang could have delayed c-bet with. But as we have seen already today, Wang Yongbin has his own style. And I'm unsure what is happening right now, whether that is a call or a click. Does appear to be a flat call. A non-believer is Mr. Yongbin here. And he will need some help on the river. King of Hearts, not what he was looking for. Also a very scary card here to face if you are Wang Shengyong. Another overcard. Also completing the flush.
Yeah, the check mark firmly in his hands, but it's a little bit of a scary board to be looking at. Checks it over. Now, I wonder if Wang feels like he has showdown with this pair of nines, or whether or not he's going to try and jam this to get a fold from a jack. Going to double check the cards. Leaning back in his chair, does decide to jam. And our champion from July's series last year has been put to the sword. Wang Yongbin jamming in the 9-8 of diamonds. Going to get a count to ensure that it is in fact more than what he has remaining, 488k. And it looks like the fold has been made. So very, very nice, aggressive play there from the 9-8 of diamonds, taking the pot down, taking himself up to 860k. Wang Shengyong left with just 9.6 big blinds. Jack 9 suited for Wang. Raising to 55,000. See what Wang Shengyong's going to be doing in the big blind. Looks Looks like he is going to defend with a mystery hand here. A couple sixes and a 7. 2 overs for Wang Yongbin. Four of spades on the turn as we see that Wang Shengyon actually with top pair on the flop.
And you can see there, top right of your screen, another one bites the dust. So we are down to 11 players now in this day 2, final day of your Baby Dragon event. What was originally 330 players. Only 11 remain, and therefore just 2 eliminations away from reaching our final table. That gentleman on your screen. No stranger to this exact event. Took this one down in July last year. Already has himself a champion's jacket, and we'll be looking to grab another one of those later this evening. But of course, not an easy task. 10 other players out there hoping to do the same. And here he is. The man himself, the previous champ, has a beautiful spot presented to him here. Ace Queen offsuit on the button with 8 big blinds. Yeah, he knows exactly what to do here. Unfortunately for him, no customers from the blinds, but still, never a bad thing to raise and take it uncontested. Yeah, pretty spicy here. Chen Wen opening up the A6 offsuit under the gun. Fair enough, we are only 6-handed here at this feature table. Now Wang with the pocket deuces. Thought about it for a second, but eventually lets it go. However, Wang Yongbin here on the button, ace jack off. Surely not looking to fold this one. And he will proceed with the call here. So gets to play this one. Best seat in the house on the button. Has his opponent heavily dominated. But King 9 deuce, all spades here. That will shift the equity somewhat because Chen holding the ace of spades. Still behind for now, but does have equity to continue with here.
Yeah, things could get expensive. Chen with less than 20 big blinds, betting 30k here. Wang does cover him. These are some of the awkward spots you can get yourself into when you open a hand this wide from under the gun. The 6 will help out quite considerably, though. Skyrockets him into the lead. Not going to be super comfortable given what the board already looks like, but turning a pair is always very nice when you have the nut flush draw as backup. It looks like he's going to continue. 125,000. I wonder what Wang is thinking with that jack high flush draw. As it looks like Wang getting a look at the cards once again. Probably checking to see if there is a spade there. We can confirm that there definitely is one. In goes the call.
Yeah, huge pot building here as we advance to the river. Spade would be interesting, but instead we see a 7 of clubs. So the only way Chen Wenwen will lose this one is by somehow deciding to check fold. It's very interesting here, being in the shoes of Wenwen. When you have this pair of 6s on the river and you're blocking the spades, surely you don't feel as though your hand is good, and therefore perhaps inclined to turn it into a bluff. But Chen Wenwen will check the river here, and does that open the door for Yongbin here to come with the bluff jam?
Yongbin is capable of it. We saw that happen before with the 9-8 suited. If he pulls the trigger, no, just decides to wave the white flag. And I think he's going to be a little bit disappointed to see the showdown. A nod of the head, probably thinking that it might have worked, but instead, Chen Wenwen picking up a big pot, taking herself up to a 770k. Zhang Rong still our table captain, though.
Zhang Rong Cheeky little steal here from the button. 10-3 of spades. And I think it's going to work out beautifully. Chen Wen here in the big blind. Jack 4 offsuit. Not exactly the prettiest of holdings. And we'll ask to see the stack of Zhang Rong.
Hang on, Grant. Is this going to be my opportunity to have a hand nickname that you do not know about?
Unless it's the Robbie, then yes, sir, this is your opportunity.
Chen Wen sitting here with the flat tire. Because the question must be asked, what is a Jack for? And Zhang Rong takes the pot down with the 10-3 suited.
Ba-dum-dum.
I'm here all week, guys.
He's here all week, guys. He does actually do weddings as well. Stand-up comedian sessions at weddings and functions, events. So feel free to hit up Jordan Bromley. His rates are super expensive, though. And, of course, as expected, right? You get what you pay for.
Jokes aside, I do weddings. So if if you do require an MC, let me know. Wang Shengyong, ace-8 suited, 11 players left. But this is for just slightly over 10 big blinds. Have to feel that an amount of chips are going to be going forth here. But instead, it looks like just a raise to 50K. Wang Yongbin eyeing off the stack. Counting out some chips himself. What are we going to see here? Looks like a call. Oh, but Zhang Rong has woken up with a monster in the cutoff. Reaching for those blues worth 25,000 each. This is not going to be a friendly amount. It's taken it north to 225,000. Chen Wen with the 10-8 suited. With the fold. Li Shangxian as well. King 4 suited out of the way. Back over to Wang Shengyong. Going to be putting in most of his chips here. Instead, just decides to relinquish the pair of sixes. Technically the best hand right now. Touch over 600K to start, which is around 24 big blinds. Should the call go in, it would be for a third. Have to think that it's either all in or fold here. And we can see percentage-wise, it would be heavily skewed in the favor of the sixes. Given a king and an ace have already been folded, so much fewer outs for the ace-king. The man in the Adidas spray jacket still weighing up the options. Wow, it looks like a call is being made. This is not what I expected to see at all. $565K in the middle, the flop. 873. 2 overs to the sixes, but no Broadway cards. Zhang Rong with just 3 outs. Getting a look up at the clock, getting a look at the payouts. 375k behind. Are we going to see a lead jam from the sixes, given that there is no ace, king, or queen on the flop? Yet another look up at the clock, as I believe this is eating into the break now. We've had plenty of break hands. Looks like the triangle is getting thrown that way. It is the donk jam.
Yeah, very interesting line here. Mr. Young Bin. Now, how does Zhang Rong want to play this one? And he will just fold the ace-king there. So very interesting line of events there. We will take a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're only 2 eliminations away from your final table here in day 2 of your Baby Dragon. Alrighty, here we go. Let's get those cards back into the air because we are almost at our final table here in your Baby Dragon event here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour 2025 from the wonderful Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino. 11 players remaining in this one from an original field of 330. 2 eliminations away from being at our final table, awarding those final table caps and edging closer towards having a champion. And this gentleman there to the left of your screen, a familiar face indeed. Had the pleasure of him joining us on the feature table yesterday and streaming this series all the way until the end on the 10th of May. It's going to be myself, Grant Gardner, alongside Jordan Bromley.
And it looks like Kwang Yi Ming is going to keep his work going. Pocket Kings on the button, 920k to start. Definitely feeling pretty comfortable at this point, but the blinds are getting rather expensive. 20k, 40k. Price of poker definitely going up considerably. Raising to 85,000. Fold from the Jack
Mr. Hu Chao, he just wants some camera time. Mr. Zhao Hong Jun here, got all the chips to work with, will defend the 8-3 of diamonds. Jordan, I have to ask you, do you know Mr. Yita Chung or Mr. Tice Hilbert?
I know both of those gentlemen. I know Yita very well, and I've had the pleasure of commentating on Mr. Tice Hilbert's results many, many times, yes.
Very interesting, as we do see 8-6-4. Action quickly went check, check. Ace of diamonds on the turn. That's not going to be nice here for Kuang to see. But Zhao, flopping top pair, now also turning a flush draw here. Although he is behind for now, does have a lot of equity, so won't see him just check folding anytime soon. And the reason I ask about Yita and Tice is because we just saw them there in the build-up to this stream during the break time on that footage. We saw Tice celebrating at the table, being a champion, as we see the 8-3 here, rivering 2 pair, but still small pot. Minimal damage for the Pocket Kings. And yeah, big fan of TJ, the way he holds himself at the table. Also a very strong poker player. Mr. Yita Chung, can't exactly say the same for him, but it is a good reminder, similar to the moneymaker effect, showing everyone that tournaments, they are for absolutely everyone, and anybody can win, no matter how good or bad they are at the game. Everybody stands a chance to win a tournament.
If I remember correctly, the event that Yita was celebrating winning was actually the Prestige High Roller. That happened at last series. Maybe even the Prestige Super High Roller. So definitely had a fun result in that one.
And all of these players now, as we approach the final table, especially the shorter stacks, they seem to be taking their time with every decision, which is often the case. Fewer hands you play, fewer opportunities present themselves for you to potentially bust. Therefore, giving yourself the most chance to ladder up and advance to the final table. That's often why the shot clocks are implemented. Mr. Hu Chao here. 10-6 offsuit. Not good enough for that gentleman to open things up here. However, behind him, Mr. Hong Jun here. Queen Jack of diamonds. Will get to size up his opponent. And with the effective stacks here, easy jam. And yeah, pocket fives. 5 big blinds. snapping this one off. So off to the races we go. And Zhao Nia needs to avoid a queen jack or diamonds in order to stay alive. Pretty safe so far on the flop, 6 high. Looking great for now. However, queen of spades out of nowhere. 6 outs for Shizi on the river. And he's not going to find it. Unfortunately for him, it's GG's. Commiserations. Nice run, sir. You are our 11th place finisher. And just like that, we're down to 10. We're going to need to balance the tables and get a player over here because it's final table bubble time here, Jordan. Strap yourself in.
Yeah, down to 10 remaining. Not the turn card you want to see with pocket fives. Not quite dead, but that is how it ended up being. Gigi's in the chat for you, sir. As now we rebalance things out here. Down to our final 10 players, 5 and 5. I will say that when we have one more elimination, we will take a pause and get our final table sorted. Be roughly a half an hour break at that point.
Oh, yes. You know the drill. Photo shoots, interviews, autographs being signed, all of that going down does take a considerable amount of time. And important time to be winning your flips is right now. Easy game for this gentleman right there, Zhao Hongjun. And you know what they say, any whopper can reach the topper if they are a bad man flopper.
I did not know they said that.
And me neither. I just invented that one on the fly there. But yeah, it's Grant Gardner. 2025, copyrighted here and now. And if I hear anybody else even trying to imitate that line, my lawyer will be on to you.
I do have to ask, when's the album coming out? You've been hitting us with plenty of rhymes so far today. I'm surprised there's no EP on the way. As we see the 8-7 deuce flop, no help to either. Hu Chao adds a gut shot to his 2 overs.
And yeah, one of my favorite rappers, one of my biggest inspirations, one of my homies actually, Lil Baby. Shout out to Lil Baby. He actually said famously, I can't be rapping for free. They got to show me a budget. As we do see 4 clubs here on the river. Check mark still with Jin here. Can he get to showdown? Or can Hu Chao here find a delayed c-bet? I don't see what he'll be representing at this point. But it might not stop him from trying. And yeah, Jin Jiahao here will feel ecstatic to be able to get to the river and win this one. And we will, I believe, wait for this player to join us. Yeah, familiar face. Welcome back to Wen. So we sit 5-handed once again on the final table bubble here in your Baby Dragon. And welcome back to the wonderful Tipsy Taiwanese dealer. One of the best in the game, for sure.
Still chilling with 10 players left as things slow down. Do we know is there hand for hand on the final table bubble?
I believe these guys play 1 orbit each, and then they'll wait for the other table to catch up if they are ahead. So I believe it's 5 hands each, and then waiting. So not exactly hand for hand, but there are some rules in place that deters people time wasting. Mr. Hong Jun here. He is the table captain. Has everybody covered. Stirring through his options here. 7-9 of clubs in the cutoff. And eventually he will come with the flat call. Suited king here for Wen in the big blind. Getting an amazing price. 6.5 to 1 here on a call. So we will see it. And it's going to be three-way action to this flop. 4, 5, 6. Monotone. And Hu Chao here was the pre-flop aggressor. This board flops him best.
Eight of diamonds, a gut shot straight flush draw. Xiao Hong Jun with a double gut shot. To the nut straight should an 8 come. Just lets it go. Chen Wen not yet folding. What are we going to see here from the King Deuce? Looks like a double check of the cards before a fold. And down it goes. Ace 8 suited for Hu Chao. Jin Chia Hao with the 6-5 on the button. Not yet folding. Counting out those blues, 25k each. Does eventually let it go. Over to Kwang Yi Ming, 710k. Also just the fold.
And this gentleman in the one seat certainly likes his camera time. Playing very methodically. Looking to ladder up, I'm sure, and get a free pay jump. He is one of the shorter stacks. So no snap folding from that guy. As we see Wen here, happy to raise this ace-8 offsuit from the button. Hu Chao, king deuce off here. Potentially a hand you want to put into your 3-bet bluffing range here. Out of position against the button. You have that blocker to the ace-king and pocket kings, but no, just going to let it go. Not going to exercise his big stack this time. But I do think there, perhaps 6 big blinds or 6.5 big blinds could have been on the table with the king deuce offsuit. Would have put Chen Wenwen in the absolute bin there. Forced the shove or fold.
What do you think about just jamming the king deuce from the big blind instead of having a 3-bet range at 20 big blinds on the final table bubble?
Yeah, pretty interesting. I think against certain players, if you know they're opening and opening wide enough on the button and therefore got enough fold equity, I actually don't mind it. Can definitely get some better king X combinations, potentially see even some ace X combinations to fold. Therefore makes it pretty enticing to jam the low king X. But I think given live population playing pretty honestly against the 3-bet itself, perhaps you can save some chips there and only put in 6.5 bigs and happily fold in the times when your opponent wants the 4-bet jam. All right, we do have a pot brewing here, but TD's coming over here with racks. Potentially there's been an elimination on the other table. It might be final table time. We'll just wait for confirmation. But Hong Jun here, ace queen off in the big blind, facing the button raise from Kuang. Surely here we're going to see a 3-bet. And I do think, yeah, he's progressing the triangle. Kuang here, a little bit of posturing to save face, but eventually, surely mucking this one.
Yeah, and down
Jordan,
it goes.
It is final table time, my friend.
And Grant, fortunately for these guys, it is final table time, but unfortunately for us, I will be leaving you at this point. So I hope you have a fantastic evening. Good luck to the remainder of these players. And I hope you guys are enjoying the content, and I hope you enjoy this final table of the Baby Dragon event here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour stop at Landing in Jeju.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's final table time in your Baby Dragon here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour 2025. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a crazy 2 days of action already. We had 3 flights in this one: Flight 1, Flight 1A, Flight B, and then of course the Turbo Flight C. 330 entrants in total. And we made it to day 2 today, played down to our final 9. Of course, each and every one of these gets themselves one of those coveted final table special edition Red Dragon baseball caps. So just allow myself now, Grant Gardner, to introduce your final table list here for your Baby Dragon. As we kick things off, blinds will be 15,000, 30,000. Big blind ante, 30,000 as well. In seat number 1, we have Mr. Hugh Chow, starting with 2 million chips, representing China. This gentleman has been playing cautiously and methodically all throughout the day 1. We got a glimpse of him on day 2 as well. No surprise to see him here with a big stack. Decision already for Kuang here with the pocket 8s in the big blind. At this stack depth here, we might just see him request for the triangle. But he is going to choose a non-all-in size in here. I think this is probably the optimal move. Can get his opponent to rejam some hands and call off very comfortably. And that gentleman in seat 2, Kuang Jiaming, started his final table with 600k, also representing China. To the left, seat 3, starting with 1 million chips, no surprise, representing China, Mr. Zhang Rong. As we do see the limp call made from Hu Chao here, so we are going to see a flop. Ace, Jack, 5. Hu Chao jumps way out into the lead now. But this is a good board for the potential range of Kuang Jiaming here. And in seat 4, 630k to start the final table, Jin Jiahao. In seat 5, also 640k, Zhao Hongjun. Lu Xiao in seat 4. And then, yes, in the seat next to them, Zhao Hongjun, coming in as the chip leader, over 2.1 million chips. As we do see check bet call here on this flop. To the turn we go, 4 spades, changes nothing. No backdoors for neither player will materialize. And yeah, I am mistaken, a little bit slow as we kept going here on this final table. We do see Hu Chao here, obviously improved to 2 pair on the turn. In seat 7, Li Zongjian, 1.1 million chips. Seat 8, coming in with 700k, Chen Wen. And seat 9, Wang Yongbin, starting this final table with 900k. And yet Kuang has stepped into it massively here. Unfortunately for him, jams on the turn, gets snapped by the two pair of Hu Chao. Unless we can find a date with an 8 on the river, we will lose a player immediately on this final table. And yeah, I can confirm every single player here on this final table representing China, all of them, of course, getting those final table list special edition hats. You can see Hu Chao in seat 1 repping his right now. Can he hold here? This will be a great start to the final table for that gentleman. And here we go. Yeah, Jack of Hearts, killer, overkill, some might say, on the river, improving to a full boat. We say GG's, congratulations and commiserations to Kuang Jiaming there, your 9th place finisher. And just like that, ladies and gents, we are already 8-handed here on the final table of your baby dragon. Here we go. Mr. Zhao Hongjun got all the chips in front of him, starts the hand with 70 big blinds. Came into this FT as your chip leader. King Queen offsuit here, comes in for the min raise. And Mr. Hu Chao. After that previous hand, he is now the new chip leader here. On the button, ace-6 of spades. And he will elect a call here. Mr. Zhang Rong now. Jack-9 suited, getting a great price, 6-1 in the big blind. Yeah, flicks it in, of course. 3-way to the flop we go. As we see 10-7 deuce, 2 clubs here. Amazing flop here for Zhang. Will he play this one and check in flow to the razor? You can see he looks visibly interested and curious about this flop here. And an interesting decision. Electing to lead here. 100k, just under 50% of the pot. Yeah, and that will very quickly clear out both of his opponents there. Interesting decision. Perhaps could have check raised there and got an additional bet out of his opponents, but nevertheless denied the equity perfectly, got the job done. And we're still 8-handed here at this final table. Chip counts up on your screen right now. And as I said previously, after that first hand, Mr. Hu Chao, he's the table captain for now. So we will see Mr. Jin Jiahao here defending with the Janina. Starts the hand 20 big blinds. That's bad news for him. Ace Jack 10 here. Flops middle pair, but way behind against the two pair of Zhao Hongjun. Yeah, we did see the deuces getting folded pre-flop as well. Pretty wise indeed. Don't want to be playing these small pairs. It's a middling stack here. Much better to sit that one out. Potentially let the shorter stacks around the table bust before you. Oh my goodness. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Basically the one outer that could potentially now bust Jin Jiahao. He's going to feel like he's just turned Jin here. Luckily for him, Zhao is slow playing this one. Checking back here. Six of diamonds, backdoor diamonds do get there, but still. Jiahao got to feel very comfortable about his hand now. Probably sizing up an amount. And in his mind, surely he thinks it's for value. And of course, I think any bet here will be met with the all-in from Hongjun. He's gone for around half pot sizing here. And now, yeah, with the chips behind and the SPR, I think we're going to see Hongjun just send this one. And of course, he is met with the raise. Surprisingly, non all-in. Graphics say 300k. It did look like 400 went across the line. So now Jiahao in a tough spot here. As played, it is a pure bluff catcher. And he's just having a count of his stack here, considering his options. Potentially calculating what his situation would be like if he were to call and be wrong here. Potentially got some leveling thoughts about the chip leader coming into the final table, Hongjun. Just wanting to put the hammer down, put the pressure on him, lean on the shorter stacks. As we can see, that's not the case here. Attaboy, he does find the fold. Hats off to you, sir. Mr. Ginger How there. Very good fold, sir. So we do re-pick up the action here on the turn. Absolute monster of a flop here for Lu Xiao. Top two pair on the Queen 7-5 flop. And this brick of all bricks, deuce of hearts on the turn does bring the flush draw. But more credit to Lu Xiao. Gonna slow play once more. And this might work out here because surely now Wang, once action checks to him, he will feel as though he's got the best hand and might feel obliged to stab at this. And indeed he does. Lu Xiao. Does he now want to set the trap? Try and charge those potential flush draws in the range of Young Bin. Yeah, raise is indeed announced. Small sizing here, I like it. Doesn't have that many chips behind. Wants to give his opponent some rope. Keep them on the hook. It's a very tough spot here for Young Bin. If your hand is behind, you don't have many outs to improve. Two at best. If your opponent is on some kind of flush draw, it's hard to navigate on some rivers when they go all in against you. Perhaps the best course of action is to pitch this one now, but that being said, Young Bin doesn't want to get pushed around here. Might feel as though the way he's played this hand, he has capped his range. Therefore, Lu Xiao could be making a move here with a hand that nines has potentially drawing dead at this point. Yeah, he's got the chips in hand and he flicks them in. So here we go. We're going to see a river. Jack of spades changes nothing. Flush draw bricks off now. So I think Lu Xiao, only one move on the table here, and that is to request the triangle. And indeed, we see the jam. Tough spot for Wang Yongbin here. He was in a pickle on the turn. Finds himself there once more on the river. Well, Wang Yongbin literally has it counted out in front of him. 340,000, half of his remaining chips. Trying to figure out what hands Lu Xiao could be holding. Feels as though his instincts here are telling him that Xiao is bluffing. You know what they say, think long, think wrong. And he has made the call. Yeah, unfortunate for Yongbin there. Tough spot to be in. Wasn't blocking the heart, that his opponent could have had there that would play in that way. Instead, big swing in terms of the chip stacks. Yongbin, now the short stack. And a huge pickup there for Lu Xiao. Extremely sexy hat that gentleman is wearing in seat one there, flexing, because of course you can only get one of those by making the final table of certain events. Surprised that everyone isn't wearing their Red Dragon final table hat. If I was there, then for sure I would be copying my man Hu Chao, looking extremely fly, absolute fire. But don't forget, he's worn the same check shirt for, I believe, 3 days in a row now. So it is about time someone gave him some new clothes. So yeah, you needed the hat, sir. Let's see how many days in a row you're going to wear that. As we see Zhao Hongjun treated like a dog here, taken for a walk. And I'm sure he won't mind that. No one wanting to mess with one of the biggest acts at the table, especially when there are so many shorties hanging around. Two of these guys in the danger zone, less than 10 big blinds each now. And a little bit of posturing here from the Triton champion. Got his hand caught in the cookie jar with the 9-deuce offsuit here. Found guilty by Jian, with the ace-king offsuit here. Reshoving 28 big blinds. Doesn't want to mess around with the short stacks at the table, considering ICM. Just wants to take that one down. And Zhao, 9-deuce off. Very bottom of his range. And Zhao, yeah, in Triton back in, I believe, February earlier this year, took down that 15K No Limit Hold'em event for over 800,000 USD. Certainly knows a thing or two about this wonderful game. No surprise to see him here, final table again, one of the biggest acts. So it'll be interesting to see if he can close this one out. So we do see check bet call on this flop here. 8 of spades changes nothing. Lu Xiao still with the best of it. Board just got a little bit wetter. Obviously some straights completing on the turn. So the action will slow down. Check, check here. 3 of diamonds on the river. Lu Xiao holding a diamond here. Can feel pretty comfortable at this point. When doesn't have a flush. So can he find a value bet here? We saw this gentleman yesterday, very capable of value betting extremely thinly, and was always correct in doing so. So yeah, once again, he knows exactly where he is at. %30 pot sizing. And Chen Wenwen here, not wanting to give up middle pair. The line, the way that this has been played by Lu Xiao, pretty confusing. Yeah, good fold. Chen Wenwen was close to calling there, had the chips counted out, but thought wiser of it. Let that one go. Typically, that bet, check, bet line from a regular player is more weighted towards value. This time, that was indeed the case. And Wenwen able to get out of there. And this late position open here from Zhao Hongjun. Find some resistance here. Chen Wenwen reshoving 12 or 13 big blinds thereabouts with the ace-king off. Action back on Zhao now. Pretty close spot, but he will make the call here. So cards will be on their backs. And if somehow we can find a 6 here, We will be down to 7 players here on this FT of your baby dragon. Great spot here for Chen Wenwen to find a double up. Did see one king already folded. Jia Hao in middle position. Mucked his king jack offsuit with 8 big blinds. And we see Jack 9-3. Nice and clean so far for the ace king. Some opportunities do arise on the turn. And the deuce of hearts, nice and clean, nice and safe for Chen Wenwen there. Full double up for the ace king. Still 8-handed here. And as you can see on the screen right now, that is why in the last hand, Jin Hao folded the king jack, because Yongbin super short stacked and soon will be forced to put his chips across the line. But I do think this spot here too good to not take. Starting the hand, 8.5 big blinds. Ace queen off. Yeah, he will come with a virtual all-in here. He won't be finding any customers here. And I'm sure Jin Jia Hao won't mind that. Doesn't want to be all in and at risk when Yongbin is so short stacked and soon to pay the big blind. The Triton champ back on the horse once again. Back in the saddle here, 3-betting the ace king to 1/4 milli. And Lu Xiao opening up with the ace jack of hearts. Pretty interesting to see how he navigates here. Very hard to try and clash with a bigger stack when there are so many people in the danger zone. Would be absolute ICM suicide to get this all in here and be way behind. But yeah, he will think wiser of it and just lets the ace jack go there. Nice fold. And Li Zhongjian will open up the pocket threes here. From middle position. Starts the hand with 30 big blinds. And I'm pretty sure GTO would say that this hand would be a fold here because of the shorter stacks. Due to ICM implications, it would be a disaster to bust before this man right here, Wang Yongbin. He has a decision here. Queen Jack of Hearts, 5 big blinds, so definitely no fold equity. And he lets it go. Zhang Rong V-pipping from the small blind here. Jack 8 suited once again. I think this should just be a fold pre-flop here, given the stack sizes around the table. And now Jin Jiahao jacking off has to join the party. So he'll be jacking off into a three-way. As we see 7-7-4 rainbow. And the threes, still the best hand. Not a bad board to see for pocket threes. Fires out the C-bet. And yeah, that will get the job done. Lovely pickup there. Zhang Rong, not one to waste any time. Plays pretty fast here. And with Jack King off here on the button, he's more than happy to open this one up, and it will just be a raise and take it here. Absolute rags in the blinds. Still 8-handed here at this final table of your baby dragon. And unfortunately, just before we made it to FT, we did lose the previous champion, Mr. Wang. Unlucky, sir. It was a pleasure watching you grind this tournament. Was hoping you went all the way and defended your title, but I'm sure he'll be back. Amazing player. Very nice character as well. And Wang Yongbin here finds a hand he thinks is good enough to put his last 5 big blinds in the middle with. Queen 8 suited. Hu Chao, decision on his hands. Pocket fours. I'm sure he would call if he was closing the action, but in the hijack here becomes a more interesting decision. And it looks like he's isolated this one. Clicked it to 400,000. And that will push out Zhao Hongjun. So it would have been interesting to see how this hand developed. Had Hu Chao decided to flat call, but instead we're going to have a flip on our hands here. Wang Yongbin all in and at risk. Does flop a flush draw here. Ace 9, 3, 2 clubs. Needs help on the turn or river. Equity on the screen right now. He is the favourite at this point. Jack of clubs. Check mark. Already there. Full double up for Mr. Wang. And we will remain 8-handed here. So we do see the chip leader doing what the chip leader should do. Opening things up nice and wide here. Mr. Hu Chao with the King 8 offsuit. He will be met with resistance though. 2 callers. So 3-way we go to the flop. Ace Jack 7, 2 diamonds. This is all Mr. Lu Xiao here. We flatted the open on the button with Ace 10 offsuit. Hu Chao is the one doing the betting though. Good board for his pre-flop range. And as you can see, Zhongxin in the big blind does have that nut shot to Broadway. Given the price is small, he's also going to flick it in and see a turn. 3 of clubs here. Complete brick. changing nothing. The question is now, does Hu Chao want to continue the story? No, he waves the white flag here, presumably giving up. And Lu Chao not interested in betting the turn, checking back. He'll be delighted to see Ace of Spades on the river. Prettiest card in the deck. That Ace from Space surely now gives him confidence to know he's got the best hand. And we await the size of his value bet. Yeah, and unfortunately for Lu Xiao, no customers this time. Tried his best to squeeze out a bit of extra value there. 40% sizing on the river, but wasn't meant to be. Mr. Zhang Rong waking up with the Cowboys here. Will come in for the raise. Decision here for Lu Xiao. King 9 suited. Yeah, wisely lets this go. Likely to already be dominated there. But now Li Zhong Xin. Queen Jack suited here. Does have his opponent covered slightly. Depending on the stack depth of the big blind, this could be a combination. Chooses to go all in. Does, however, look like Zhong Xin is sizing up a 3-bet. And indeed he is. Quarter of a milli. All right, if you're just tuning in, welcome. 8-handed here on this final table of your baby dragon. Mr. Hu Chao will open things up here under the gun. Ace-9 offsuit. Decision for Hong Jun here. And he's going to go for it. 3-betting with the 7-6 of hearts from the cutoff. And Hu Chao, he has the kind of hand that doesn't want to continue in the form of a call. If you're going to play this one and you're not willing to fold it, you must come with aggressive lines. Will we see the 4-bet bluff here from Hu Chao? Sizing wise, given Hong Jun only has 1.5 milli behind. Don't need to go that big, maybe 700k total. Mr. Hu Chao is taking his time here to think this one through. And eventually he will wave the white flag. Nicely timed aggression there from Zhao Hongjun. After that pot, he does pull himself up to second in chips there. Pretty much identical stack now with Hu Chao. Chip leading this one. Won that pot very early on. First hand of the final table. Elimination blind v blind there with the Jack 4 diamonds. And ever since, been on top in terms of chip stack and also aggression frequency as well. As I said before, doing what a chip leader should do. Knows how to work the big stack, that's for sure.
谢了。3点我就弃了。3B 我不弃啊。我靠住电弗朗我就给推了。3B 我就靠电弗朗我就推。这我不是吧？不怕了。那是。这个给我发了来。大到无边。谁大到无边？翻后你看，翻前了。你应该比我大了。我感觉他像3B，因为我3B 他一次上3B 回来。抛进去可就打起来了。对呀，我 A 这一勾弃不了。A6都敲你一下。所以啊，发 A 某某2个红心，我就给你干爆。红心给你爆。看他的。我推这个敲不开。200万码你怎么推啊？我推不开，我没什么。
Yeah, pretty interesting fold there from Chen Wenwen with the pocket threes. 20 big blinds. Have to consider the shorter stacks at the table. Therefore, ICM probably would give that one the thumbs up in terms of being a good fold. But Zhang Rong, much different situation. You're in the small blind. Big blind only has 4 bigs behind. You look down at a pair, of course, you get to jam this one. King 9, more than good enough to call off here for 5 bigs for Jin Jiahao. After the races we go. It is a flip here for Jin Jiahao's tournament life. Needs some help or he will be your 8th place finisher. The dream of winning that champion jacket could be over very soon. As we see ace, queen, 8, all clubs. Smiles on their faces, both players holding the club. Jiahao's superior. Needs a king 9 or club on the turn or river. Turn 6 of diamonds, no help so far. Needs to spike it on the river to stay alive. And the ace of hearts, not going to do it. Too many out syndrome perhaps for Jin Jiahao. We say GG, congratulations and commiserations. Your 8th place finisher here in your baby dragon. And just like that, we are now 7-handed. Yeah, very interesting spot here for Wang Yongbin. He's the table shorty. Finds himself with pocket eights in the hijack. Facing that min raise from Li Zhongxin, who has been quite active at this final table so far. Would like to see Wang play for it all, but instead, he's just going to flat here. Playing this one in position, but very unconventional. To be just calling off this stack size. You can see Zhongxin on his face there. He looks quite puzzled. And that's a beautiful flop for pocket eights. And Zhongxin just going to jam here. Trying to represent those big pairs. And I think if Wang is calling pre-flop, you have to put the rest of the money in when you see a 5-high board. Have the backup hearts. And if your opponent had a bigger pair, would he really just open jam right here, right now? A quick check of his remaining stack. He's got the chip ready to flick in. Come on, sir, you can do it. The one chip call. I know you're capable. And if he does do so, he'll be a 3-1 favorite to hold here. And will find himself with a stack of almost 1 million. Indeed, he does. One chip call. Cards on their backs. We'll see the good news here. Three of clubs on the turn. 6 outs now for the King Queen. 9 of clubs. Nice and safe there for Yongbin. Full double up. And still 7-handed here. As you can see now, chip counts on the screen. Neither of these players now in the immediate danger zone. Everyone north of 10 big blinds for now. Chen Wen, 20 big blinds under the gun. Ace-Jack offsuit. Pretty standard stuff here so far. We see Wen open things up here with a raise. And Mr. Wrong, he looks interested here. Yeah, and we certainly see why. Ace Queen of Hearts. And Zhang Rong will elect a flat call here in position. So we'll keep in that dominated range of Chen Wenwen. And on King 8-7, nothing changes. The Ace Queen still the best hand. Has the backdoor hearts. But it's Wenwen doing the betting here. Both the Ace and Jack have good blocker properties wrapping around the King. But Ace Queen, for that price, going to continue. Jack of Spades on the turn, changes everything now. Wen shoots into the lead. Question is now, does Zhang feel as though he needs to turn his hand into a bluff? And the answer is yes. He will bet around about 40% pot here. That sizes up the pot to be more than big enough for him to jam the river. It'll be interesting to see if Wen can find the call here. And then what kind of river card we are faced with. And poker, such a beautiful game. Ace-Jack turning the best hand, but folding due to the action. Pretty tough spot there for Wen. And when you do have a shorter stack at the table, probably wise there to get out of the way, because if you call the turn, maybe you're asked on the river for the rest of your chips. And Ace-Jack there could be potentially dead. So we say bye-bye to the wonderful Tipsy. Dealer change here. We'll be playing for about another 15 minutes before taking a short break. And if you're just tuning in, then welcome. This is your final table of your Baby Dragon. 7 players remaining. All right, so one of those shorter stacks finds himself with a hand. And we have seen this man typically 3xing it pre-flop. Once again, that is the case here. 6 of those blues, 150k. And Mr. Zhang Rong, how dare you, sir? Fold your card to some elegance, please. I'm pretty sure I saw a 3 flash there, which is one of Wen's outs here, unfortunately, holding the 5 deuce offsuit. So I don't think we're going to see Wen defend here. Yeah, so raise and take it here for Young Bin. All right, cards are on their backs. It's a classic race here. And wow, 8-6-3, all diamonds. Amazing flop for the deuces. Kind of surprised here to Zhang call this one off pre-flop for 10 bigs effective. But nevertheless, it is a flip. 5 of hearts on the turn. Some additional outs for Zhang Rong here. If he can spike on the river, he will send Li to the rail. But the deuce of clubs there. A set for Zhong Xin. And therefore the full double up. And we remain 7-handed here. Alrighty, Mr. Wang Yongbin here. In the hijack with the big slickers. 26 big blinds to start the hand. Will he come with his typical 3x sizing? Yeah, stays true to his strategy. 150k is the new price of poker. And Hu Chao here seems to be considering making a move. Eventually talks himself out of it, and you saw once again his limited edition hat written on the top there, limited edition, because you can only get one by making the final table. And King Queen of Hearts here for Zhao Hongjun. Two options available. Folding, not one of them. He will defend. King Guy flop here could be a disaster. But instead for Zhao, 5-3 deuce. Potentially he doesn't have to lose another penny here. And yeah, 40% pot C bet gets the job done there. And just like that, we're going to take a very quick break here. 15 minutes. Come right back. 7-handed at this final table of your baby dragon. See you guys soon. Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gents. Welcome back to this conclusion of your baby dragon, this final table. Currently 7 players remaining. And Mr. Hu Chao here, one of the biggest stacks at the table, picks up the pocket kings. What a great way to restart things here for this gentleman. And of course, we do see him start things off here with a raise. 125k is the new price of poker. Blinds will now be 30k, 60k. Big blind ante, 60k. And Mr. Zhao Hongjun here, Triton champion, Poker Dream main event final tableist. Another final table here. What is he considering here with the A7 of diamonds? Looks like he's going to proceed with the call. And indeed he does. So we go heads up to the flop, and A6-3 here. Massive flop for Zhao. King's now way behind. And this is a pretty interesting decision here for Hu Chao on the turn. Against that small blind flat in range. King's usually still going to be the best hand here. But does he want to pot control? And go to a river here. Might be thinking about getting greedy and trying to squeeze out value from a smaller pocket pair. Perhaps a hand like 6-7 suited. And interesting that Zhao doesn't bet the river. Will that now induce a bet from Chao, thinking he's got the best hand? Can't blame him if that's the case. As played, it really does look like Zhao's got a smaller pair, but no. Wisely checks here. Zhao perhaps missed a small bet there. But nevertheless, King's falling victim to the A7 of diamonds. And as you can see, with the blinds up now, new chip counts up on the screen. A couple of players, 20 big blinds and below, in that reshoving range now. So get ready for some action.
没体念想，没给太念。没看到80度、90，你再扫一扫，我有可能就推。没给他念，
Alrighty, triangle time for Chen Wen, but of course here, absolute rags behind, no callers. Very unfortunate there to wake up with ace jack of spades on the button and not find any customers behind, especially when you're the shortest stack at the table. Perfect spot to try and get it in and double up. But the raise and take it will have to do for now. And yeah, we are seven-handed here. FT of your baby dragon here at Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2025. And the action here in Jeju will be running all the way till the 10th of May. Drop us a comment, let us know where you're watching from. All banter is more than encouraged. Now we'll stream this one all the way down until we have a champion later. Blind v blind action. Who is thinking right now about his options here with this raggedy ace? And we'll send it all. 18 big blinds effective. 9-4 offsuit, not going to do it for wrong. And Zhao Hongjun, the kind of player that will take these spots here pre-flop with the medium pairs and the weaker ace-x. Opened up the sixes from under the gun here, seven-handed. And Zhang Rong, pocket jacks in the small blind. Starts the hand with 19 big blinds, and yeah, makes sense to me. He's all in, 1 million. So Hong Jun will get a count here, but surely the price too much here for the medium pair when you know full well that Zhang Rong has got many bigger pairs in his range, and most of the time will be flipping anyway against two of the cards here. So pocket sixes must find its way into the muck eventually. And a pretty interesting spot developing here. Chen Wen opened things up from early position with the ace-jack off. Lu Xiao, the covering stack here, pocket nines in the small blind. Electing to flat here. Starting the hand with less than 20 bigs as well. Playing cautiously, potentially ICM considerations, and now Zhao in the big blind gets to just jam. So very interesting how this is going to unfold. Firstly, what will Wen think of Zhao's range here? Will she feel like Ace-Jack is doing good enough here to call off? But if Wen gets out of the way, Lu Xiao, surely he has to go with this one here because not that many bigger pairs here that he is behind against. Chen Wen thinking through the options here. It is a final table, big moment. Yeah, Ace-Jack, maybe one pip too weak there. Perhaps we would have seen Ace-Queen calling off. Ace-King surely wouldn't be folding, but yeah, wow, Ace-Jack was deemed too weak, and pocket nines are going to hit the muck as well. Zhao getting the better hand to fold there, but that's the power of the big stack here, and that is power poker rather. Making the move, being the hammer, not the nail. Yeah, nicely timed aggression there. Alrighty, we're going to have some action here for sure. Mr. Hu Xiao opening up the ace king. And Chen Wenwen in the small blind. Looked down, saw the pocket tens. And with those 13 big blinds, there was only one move. And yeah, we are going to see all the money go in here. Hu Xiao will indeed call off here. Ignore the graphics for now. Chen Wenwen came with the reshove. Hu Xiao calling off there. And we have a classic race on our hands. The covered stack. Chen Wenwen needs to avoid an ace or king to stay alive here, or we will be six-handed in your baby dragon. As we see king, jack, 5. Not looking great for the pocket tens. Need some backdoor straight outs or a 10. Jack of clubs changes nothing. Only 2 outs now. Will save Chen Wenwen here. Needs to spike a 10 on the river. And the 6 of clubs not going to do it. We say GG, congratulations and commiserations. Chen Wenwen absolutely fought valiantly yesterday and today. A great run, but 7th place is where it ends. And just like that now, we're six-handed here in your baby dragon. Pressure and tension rising here. And yeah, this board here, all Hu Xiao. Things only getting better here on the turn. Picking up a gut shot to go with top pair. And with this lead, I do think this will be the end of the hand. Pretty hard for Zhang Rong to call here and navigate on the river. Could already be drawing dead here with ace queen. So yeah, we do see the fold there. Nice little pickup for Hu Xiao, advancing north of 3 million. And if you tuned in, thanks for being here. Drop us a comment in the chat. I want some banter. I want some abuse, or at least let me know where you're watching from. Who you think is going to take this one down. We're now 6-handed here in the FT of your baby dragon, of your Red Dragon Poker Tour, Jeju 2025. And of course, this one running at the Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino, the Shinhwa Resort. Got the production team on the ground, ran by the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Labrojo. Myself, Grant Gardner, and Jordan Bromley will be calling the action all series long. Wrapping things up on the 10th of May here in Jeju Island. As we see Li Zhongshan in the cutoff here with the 12 big blinds. Ace-4 suited. It looks like 125k there. Yeah, 5 blue chips. A min raise with a little bit of juice. And I think, given I speak too soon, I was about to say, given the cards we can see Zhang Rong has got, I think this will be a raise and take it. But Zhang Rong defending his big blind in incredible fashion here. 9-3 offsuit. And on the board, King Queen Jack, action check, check, turn 4. Changes nothing, just takes more outs away from Rong now. And with this small bet here, pretty sure hand will be over. As we see the open from Wang Yongbin here in the cutoff, Ace Queen of Spades. And it looks like Hu Chao has announced a 3-bet size on the button here. Tipsy was confirming with him the amount. And yeah, he's counting out the chips right now, so a little bit more than a call. Both the blinds out of the way. Action back to Yongbin. Started the hand with 20 bigs against the chip leader here. In these positions, cut off first button. Pretty easy all-in decision here. But on the final table, emotions can get involved. The dynamics as well. And realities of how things are played out are always different in each individual's mind. So let's see how Yongbin perceives this spot here. And very interesting, he will elect to flat. So we'll keep in a big portion of his opponent's bluffs, but unfortunately this time that portion of bluffs outflops him. 10-4-3. Hu Chao now more than a 2-1 favorite here, flopping bottom pair. And Wang does check this one over to Hu. And he does look like he's going to summon up a c-bet here. Has bottom pair. Probably wants to protect that hand as well. And in his mind, he does have backdoor flush draws and straight draws to go with it. This pair of threes here, very, very vulnerable. So yeah, he is counting out some 25k chips. And 200,000 is the c-bet here. This hand might not be over because Yongbin got two overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And he's somewhat under-repped his hand pre-flop here by just calling the 3-bet. Ace-Queen could already be the best hand on this board. And he will continue once more. Spade on the turn would be super interesting. But instead, 6 of clubs here. Chao only increases his equity on this card. And he will check back here with this 8 of hearts on the river. Super interesting now if Hu Chao will be able to get to showdown here. If he can win this pot, he will be overwhelming chip leader at this final table. But we've seen Wang before make some interesting plays. And he hasn't checked yet. Finally, he does check. And I think, yeah, Chao. Snap check behind. Happy to show this one down. We'll see the ace high, the good news, and slam over that mighty pair of threes here. We do have a slight problem with the graphics there, but we now go to the river. So it was a bet of 200k on the turn. Check called. And the river seemingly bricking off, changing nothing now. So once again, Queen Jack, pure bluff catcher at this point, checking over to the last aggressor. Yeah, and he will wave the white flag and give it up here. Queen Jack, more than good enough to take this one down there. Little misstep there by Zhang Rong, but it's all good. We're all guilty of that. It won't be the last time either, my friend. I tell you that. Still six-handed here, and this FT of Baby Dragon. Still awaiting to see who will get awarded that Champions Jacket. Ten big blinds for Mr. Wang Yong Bin. King 8 suited. Thought about it, but yeah, not quite good enough. Interesting to see Hu Chao, chip leader, fold the A7 there. Thought that would have been good enough for him to VPip. It's going to open the door for Lu Xiao here to jam the Ace-10 from the button. And Hong Jun needs a count here because he's got a very small pair, smallest of them all. Pocket deuces. All right, Let's see how he proceeds now. He's got the same hand back to back. But after chipping up from the last hand, yeah, doesn't decide to open jam this time. Min raise instead. And that will allow, oh my goodness, Hong Jun to put the hammer down. Comes with the rejam. But here comes Mr. Wang. Waking up with the ladies here in the big blind. And yeah, he will call off. So surely now Lu Xiao will get out of the way here. Sit back, potentially pray for a pay jump. But unless we see a miracle in the form of an 8, that's not going to be the case. Oh, wow. Nice and spicy. 10-9-7. Open-ended is Mr. Hong Jun. 10 outs, top of your screen right now. And he jacks 6 or 8. And he'll scoop this one. King of clubs changes nothing. Does remove 4 of his outs, excuse me. Yeah, and the deuce of clubs definitely changes nothing. Queen's still good there. Full double up for that gentleman. And a little dent there in the chip leader's armor. But not too big of a dent. And I'm sure this gentleman dealt with adversity before. Won't be the first setback. Won't be the last either. Alrighty, blinds are now 50k, 75k, big blind ante 75k. So the stakes getting raised once again. Pressure and attention building here, six-handed on this final table. And Lu Xiao, the Janina here, under the gun, happy to get out of the way. Pocket tens here for Hong Jun. And this gentleman here doesn't necessarily need a good hand to play. So you can be sure that when he gets a big one, he's going to play it fast. Comes in for the min raise here from the hijack. And shout out to Simply Duend. Excuse the very poor pronunciation, I presume, of that. First prize in this one will be 95 million, and change Korean won. So absolutely huge payday in this one. Over 65,000 USD for first place. And if you are tuned in and locked in right now, drop me a comment in the chat. Give me some banter. Need some energy. Keep me alive here as we do see Mr. Vinton Wong joining us. Taking over from Tipsy. One amazing dealer out. Tagging another one in. And we're 5 eliminations away from awarding that champion's jacket to one of these players. And of course, as just mentioned, 95 million and change to go with it, and of course the Baby Dragon trophy. Mr. Hu Chao, your chip leader here on the button, 10-6 off, might just make the cuts, and indeed it does. If you are locked in right now, let me know where you're watching from. Drop the video a like. Helps us support and grow the channel. And let me know who you think is going to take this one down. And we're now in the month of May, so you know what that means. In just a few weeks' time, WSOP will be getting underway in Las Vegas. Biggest series, biggest poker festival of the year. And I'll be heading over there myself for the first time ever for the full series. 7.5 weeks. Surely going to be a long grind, but I'm feeling more than ready for it. Have some time now in Thailand to prepare and get physically and mentally primed. Interesting spot here for Zhao against the chip leader, opening from the cutoff. I think we can happily jam pocket sevens here. Started the hand with 10 bigs. Yeah, he does find it. And Chow will get a count, but I think it's classic hand caught in the cookie jar once again. Not quite good enough here to call off. Very often we'll find the cases that our opponent has an ace themselves with a bigger kicker. And sure, we'll chop some of the time, but mostly losing. Also, 2-1 underdog against most pocket pairs. And yeah, nicely timed rejam for Lu Xiao. Increasing his stack by 40% there, uncontested. Amazing pickup. And literally shoots up the leaderboard. 2 spots there. Li Zhongshan in the danger zone. Sub 10 bigs now. Blind v blind here. We do see Mr. Zhao Hongjun wake up with a small pair. Jams it in, and of course, Li Zhongshan not folding an ace here when he's sub 10 big blinds. One of the few times here that Meduses isn't actually flipping when getting called. Only one overcard here for Lee. Needs to spike an ace or some diamonds to stick around here. King 10-8, 1 diamond. Not much there so far. 4 diamonds. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Any ace or diamond on the river will save Li Zhongshan. And the 9 of spades seals his fate. You say GG, congratulations and commiserations, sir. A valiant run here. He is your 6th place finisher. And just like that, only 5 players remaining now here in your baby dragon. And therefore, minimum payout over 20 million now. Mr. Zhao Hongjun here. Action falls to him on the button. Ace Queen offsuit here. A beautiful spot to find yourself in. Interesting that he comes with a 3x sizing here. And the timing of this pretty crazy. Because Yongbin woken up with pocket nines in the big blind. And surely this is too strong here to just call. Does he want to jam, or does he want to try and induce this hand against potentially a wide range on the button? A lot of dead money out there. And Yongbin, once again, showing that he likes to navigate things post-flop. And maybe it turned out to be an amazing decision. If all the chips went into the middle pre-flop here, he'd be all in at risk and way behind now. Queen 5 deuce 2 spades. Zhao got the ace of spades as well for a little bit of backup that's probably not even needed. We have seen Yongbin previously lead out in similar spots here. And Hongjun will be sitting there and licking his lips, watching this happen. And interesting to see, he does play this one fast. Coming with the raise to 500k straight off the bat here. I think when you have the ace of spades in your hand, you should probably continue with the call. Let your opponent keep betting into you. If a spade rolls off on a turn, surely that's not a bad thing for you. Now the pocket nine's in a horrible spot here. Once again, Wang Yongbin, unconventional lines, but it is working out for him. And maybe that's a big reason why he's still here in the final 5 from original 330 runners here in this Baby Dragon event. And I'm going alongside this now. Numbers pumping in the Prestige High Roller. Day 2 of that one tomorrow. Live on the stream, myself, Grant Gardner, alongside Jordan Bromley, the Aussie legend, streaming that Prestige High Roller until we have a Champione.
个回推你们。
知道，我赌你是 A 哥的牌，我打一下，因为对错了 A 哥。真是，这个把他妥来错，直播桌上也错。这手感觉很不好，我99可以推你吧
99，你可以推我接了。
知道。99啊。
但我得想半天。
我不在直播桌，我送你的，因为我上把我跟你聊了嘛，不管你有没有牌，我怕出意外，就没必要播。
我想了半天，你要推我就想半天。
你的风格很硬气，你的风格很硬气。风格肯定
5号 all in， 哎呀，来个 AA。号码。
6号后。9号后。对。5号后，1号后。3号后。
左 A 吗？
挺端范围啊，你说。
我 A9。A9，我这一看，这10好几个大麻算了。
双口直推吗？你
他给我来个 A 我就干了，后来
A9。我超过100万我就不接了。
我这把还挺想你接的，我感觉到你应该是个 A 3牌。
你看数到100我就接了。
Mr. Hu Chao here with the Jackson 5 under the gun. Let's it go. We're still 5-handed here on this FT of your baby dragon. Day 3 of the series here in Jeju for your Red Dragon Poker Tour. We'll have some blind v blind action here. Everything friendly so far. Zhao completing and Wang checking back from the big blind. Beautiful flop for Yongbin. Top pair here. Yeah, Hong Jun took his time, thought about it. Had a little bit of backdoor equity there, but knows his player, Yongbin. When he bets, he normally has it. And that time was no different there. What a good feeling to be the color up guy, the color up man at the table, and you have all the chips. That's when you know you've been winning many pots. Sang wrong. Is this your time? Indeed it is. You saw the man. Triangle time. 4 big blinds, Queen 10 offsuit, sends it into the middle. The question is, will he find any customers here? Sir Vinton Wong there, counting out the stack, confirming with the players. And it looks like Yongbin from the small blind is interested here. Hasn't shown us his hand yet. Naughty boy, not putting his cards in the reader box. So I have to tell Vinton on the headset right now, give him a little slap across the wrist. You see Vinton's expression there. He can hear me, but I don't think he agrees with violence. Now we do see Yongbin holding the King 10 of diamonds here. Hu Chao getting a nice price. And Hu Chao certainly taking his time with this one, thinking his options through. Surely knows he's got the kind of hand that will be live. In other words, if he hits his cards, probably gives him the best hand. Not likely his opponents are also holding a 6 or a 3 in their range. And he will indeed come along and join the party. Ace, Jack, 6. Hu Chao with the best hand right now. Holding up for now on the turn. Can he hold once more? Indeed he can. I think Wang here with the king high, happy to show this down, yep. And Chao, we'll see the amazing news here. 6 is indeed good. We have our next elimination, ladies and gents, Mr. Zhang Rong. Congratulations, sir. Valiant effort, but he is going to finish here in 5th place. So just like that, we're down to 4. One step closer to handing out that champion's jacket. And one step closer to crowning a champion here in your baby dragon. 4 players remaining. Stack sizes up on the screen right now, and blind still 50k, 75k, big blind ante, 75k. Running alongside this, we have the Prestige High Roller, and of course, day 2 of that tomorrow will be streamed. And alrighty, here we go. 4-handed now. Alrighty, Lu Xiao here. Last 8 big blinds. Ace 3 of hearts on the button. More than good enough to jam it in. And yeah, unfortunately for Wang Yongbin, it's a little bit too much of his stack remaining there to make the call. Queen Jack off. Not a bad hand, but given the circumstances, he does let that one go. So 2 guys short for now. 10 bigs apiece, Lu Xiao and Wang Yongbin. And then the other guys here, Hu Chao and this gentleman, your Triton champ. Much bigger stacks, playing much more aggressive as well. The correlation is also there between that. Let's not play this down to just dumb luck. These guys certainly been playing extremely well, building their stacks skillfully. And great to see these gentlemen having fun with it. Okay, sure, we're all here now. 4 left, playing for serious money. But it's still amazing to see these guys having fun in the process. That's what it's all about. If we can't enjoy it, then what is the point to any of this at all? Oh la la. What a time to be alive. Hu Chao woke up with aces here, and it is the other big stack opening. So needs to consider the 3-bet sizing here very carefully. Doesn't want to go too small. Zhao does have position. And has Chao ever so slightly covered as well. And there we go. 600k slid into the middle on top of the small blind 50 that's already there. It's going to be 450 more back on Hong Jun. A little giggle between those guys. Clash of the big stacks there. So not looking to 4-bet bluff this time. Lets it go. No need to tangle when there are 2 shorties, less than 10 bigs apiece. Mr. Hu Chao. Best seat in the house on the button. Got some ammunition to go with it. Ace Jack here. And once again, clash of the big stacks. But ICM here, just keeping the pot small, forcing these guys to call as opposed to raise. Ace-10 deuce here. Top pair for Chow. But a gutter for Hong Jun, so do expect this one to go check, bet, call. That's already 2/3 of the equation. And there is the third part, the check, the bet, and the call. To the turn we go. Deuce of hearts. So clean for the ace-jack. Surely feeling very comfortable about our hand. Do we want to try and make it a 3 streets hand? Are we targeting a smaller ace or a 10 here that can potentially check call not only the turn but the river as well? There's really not many deuce X that Hong Jun would be defending pre-flop here. I think the most common deuce X would be ace deuce, which is obviously blocked here heavily by ourselves on the board. So it will give Hu Chao the confidence here to continue. Goes on the smaller side of things here, less than 1/3 of the pot. And that's going to get Hong Jun thinking here because they'll still have that good shot. And yeah, thinks it through, figures out the puzzle. Hu Chao wouldn't be going that small there with a draw. So King Queen, probably not the best hand, probably behind. And more likely Hu Chao is betting for value. And as we saw, that was definitely the case there with the ace-jack. Alrighty, surely we're about to see our next all-in and a call, and yep, the chips go across the line from Mr. Lu Xiao, and who can blame him? Only 6 big blinds, A7 suited. When it falls to the small blind and they jam on you, the only thing left to do is snap call and pray to the poker gods that we can hold. Jack 3 of hearts is the hand that we've got to fade here. If Lu Xiao here cannot do so, he will be out the door in 4th place, and we will be down to 3 here in your baby dragon. Sweat this flop together. Ace, queen, queen. Looking great right now for Lu Xiao. Could have this one over on the turn. And yeah, 6 of diamonds. Check mark going to Lu Xiao. Full double up secured. Remaining 4-handed here. I do believe there's a slight error with the graphics there, but same story. Full double up here for Lu Xiao. Wang Yongbin now, the sole soldier in the danger zone. 7 big blinds to work with. Needs something to happen, and needs it to happen fast. And if you haven't been to the Landing Entertainment Resort in Jeju, you've got to get yourself over there. Absolutely fantastic venue. Luxury resort and casino. Some amazing restaurants on site. Korean barbecue restaurants outside. Phenomenal. Decent amount of activities to be had outside of the poker as well, depending on the weather. There's a theme park and water park right on the complex. A couple of gyms, but let's hold that for now because Hu Chao opening the button here. We'll walk into the hammer from Hong Jun. 3 betting to 700k here. Now, this is actually the first time that these big stacks have gone at each other. So would be surprised to see anything other than a fold from Hu Chao. If he goes for it here, it's going to be a huge misstep. And Hong Jun surely will be snap calling. Hu Chao hasn't folded yet. Zhao here, patiently waiting, praying that his opponent here bites back. And Hu Chao elects to call here in position, potentially thinking he can outplay his opponent post-flop and put the pressure on, given that there are 2 other short stacks. And wow, 10-4-3. 1 diamond. Hu Chao now takes the lead. And this is the same story as before. Hu Chao called light pre-flop. When he flopped a pair, he was happy to call another bet and then try to get to showdown. And I think we're going to see the same here after calling pre-flop. How can you fold? Especially given you've got backdoor diamonds as well. Can beat a lot of ace-high combinations already. And even if Hung Jun here is sitting there with kings, you can still potentially turn a 3 or queen and stack him. So he will flick in the call. Such a huge pot. The biggest one on the final table so far. Very important turn card incoming here. And the 10 of clubs. Will slow down Hung Jun here. Very interesting. How will Hu Chao proceed here? Because Hung Jun still can have a hand like aces or kings that would check this turn. And the action will go check, check. So Zhao will get to realize his equity. And he gets there in a major way. Ace of clubs. And he will check it again. Hu Chao will not fall into the trap. Very interesting hand there. Very interesting line. Unfortunate flop for Chao, but fortunate river for Hung Jun. Best hand getting there in the end, and now an overwhelming chip lead for Hung Jun. Could see him start to steamroll this one. Hu Chao here with the deuces under the gun. Although when we are four-handed, that is the cutoff. So he's more than happy to raise here. Chip leader. King 6 off from a small blind. Not going to get involved. Maybe in the GTO world at some frequency, that can be a 3-bet bluff with these stack dynamics. And surely now Wang Yongbin has to make his move here. Last time we saw him flap the 8s pre-flop off a stack of 9 bigs. But when you're this short, surely he's going to go for it pre-flop here. He would be in great shape to double up. 4-1 favorite to be back in it. He does find the jam, and given the price, Hu Chao cannot fold this one. Just got to flick it in and pray it's a flip. Yeah, good luck to these guys. Cards will be on their backs. And Hu Chao, unfortunate recent run of events. But if he can spike a deuce here, that will all turn around. And if he can indeed find a deuce, we will be 3-handed here. Yeah, king 5 deuce 2 spades. No backdoor spades for Wang either. Needs a date with an 8 to stay alive now. Things really not looking good. Tipsy gets the tap on the shoulder. Confirmation to deal the turn. No dice for the 8s. Final tap there. And yeah, no help on the river for Wang Yong Bin. GG, sir. Congratulations and commiserations. You played fantastic. But you will be leaving us here in 4th place. Down to the final 3 players now. Just one elimination away from being heads up here. These 3 players almost got their hands on that dragon and almost got their hands on that champion jacket. Everybody guaranteed over 41.5 million now. Eventual champion, of course, over 95.6 million. Not a bad few days at the office. Those deuces have been passed around. Lu Xiao here. His turn to be in the cutoff. Started the hand with 13 bigs, electing to just open. Would have much preferred to see him jam this one. You are the short stack. You have a small pair. Doesn't perform well post flop. Can't call any 3-bets either with deuces. But instead, we're now going 3 ways to the flop. And on Queen 10-8, it's going to be very hard for the deuces to win this one by the river. Eight of spades pairing the board. A few more outs for Zhao can possibly counterfeit the deuces. Chow still has his gut shot working for him. And deuces are still the best hand for now, but gotta fade. A lot of outs. And the ace of clubs. Definitely one of those outs there. Check mark goes to Zhao. Question is, does Lu Xiao want to represent this ace? Very unfortunate timing for him. Potentially targeting a 10 to fold. Or some smaller pocket pairs that are on the board, but are superior to deuces. And yeah, unfortunately, not jamming the deuces pre-flop here has ended up being very costly for Lu Xiao. He's going to be left with just 8 big blinds now. All right, we didn't have to wait long to get the all-in and a call here from Lu Xiao. Had to pay one of those bigs for the ante, so 7 bigs behind make their way into the middle. But cards on their backs, it's looking great for now. King, Queen of Diamonds has Hu Chao completely dominated here with the Queen 4 of Hearts. So if things stay this way, Lu Xiao will be getting a full double up. And oh my goodness, 10-4-4 here. Domination rotation. Lu Xiao needs a miracle to stay alive. But otherwise, we are going to be heads up here. Ace of Spades on the turn. It's not over yet. 4 outs you can see on the top of your screen here for Lu Xiao. Needs to find it on the river. King of Hearts improves him, but no good. We say GG, congratulations and commiserations, finishing in 3rd place. And just like that, ladies and gents, we're now heads up here in your baby dragon. So we'll take a short break here, around about 10 to 15 minutes, take some heads up photos, get these guys repositioned, and we'll be back to conclude and crown a champion here in your baby dragon. Let's go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Your heads-up battle in this baby dragon. As you can see there, trophy on the table. And that's what both of these gentlemen are fighting for. I do believe a deal was discussed and made here, heads up, so expect some pretty fast play. Nevertheless, they will play for that coveted Champions Red Dragon jacket. We have Tipsy here dealing the action, and wow, Mr. Hu Chao. What a start to this heads-up battle here. Ace King of Hearts on the button. And we do have some new chips in play here. Those yellows, 100,000 apiece. Suited connectors here for Zhao. He's more than happy to join the party. And a pretty crazy flop here. A7-6, 2 diamonds. Top pair, top kicker for Chao. But Hong Jun flopped a flush draw and a gut shot. Flop bet on the smaller side of things. 7 of hearts on the turn, giving Chao the flush draw. But potentially a scary card. One that may have hit his opponent, perhaps. He will load up the double barrel and fire it off there. Half pot is the sizing. And once again, met with a check call here. Zhao, no showdown value at all. Completely bricking the river here. Does he want to consider leading? I can't see Chao wanting to fold this hand. Probably feels like he's too high up in his range. So I think any chip Zhao puts into the middle here will not be coming back. Unfortunately for him, looks like he is reaching. And yeah, with that sizing, pretty much Hu Chao here is going to flip the call in. And a pretty interesting first hand here, heads up, because big swing in terms of who is now chip leader. Hong Jun came into this one with the advantage, but now Hu Chao, the man in charge. And if you are locked in, welcome to this heads up battle and your baby dragon. Drop us a comment in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, or just send some abuse my way. Either or, I'm all for it. And yeah, there you can see deal paper being signed, presumably ICM playing on for the trophy and the jacket. Zhao Hongjun, the homosexual waiter, the queen in the tray. Coming Comes in with a min raise. Chow happy to defend here, 7-6 offsuit. Who can blame him? Whiffing on the queen, jack, deuce. Top pair getting value bet there. And unfortunately, no piece for Chow, no value going Honjun's way. Pretty deep stacked heads up battle here. Effective stacks, average 50 big blinds. So plenty of post flop action to be had potentially, but you never know. That dynamic of making a deal always loosens players up. Perhaps now they're more ready to gamble, and therefore that might make way for some faster paced action. I'm all for it. As soon as this one wraps up, that's streaming done for the day. It will be lots of love. Get a good rest, guys, because you got to come straight back tomorrow for, of course, your Prestige High Roller. Second and final day of that one. Day one ongoing right now. Registration still open. Have a few friends in the mix there as well. Part of the Crushers in Asia team. So hope to see some of those guys on a stream on the final table tomorrow. Know a few whoppers amongst the field as well. Even more good luck to them. And a piece for both of these gentlemen here. With that turn card. Hu Chao here. Now drawing dead. 300k fired into the abyss there. Deuce of clubs on the turn. All draws presumably bricking. So Chow might feel comfortable now about his 9. Expect him to value bet here and then get met with a hefty raise. Potentially all in. Stack's getting short now. Stack to pot ratio after this bet will be short. But looks like just a call there from Zhao. Potentially thinking he's got kicker issues. So maybe a small misstep there from Zhao. Could have squeezed out a little bit more value. But nevertheless, a nice putt to win to swing things right back in his favor. This wonderful game of No Limit Hold'em. It's never over until it's over. A chip in a chair is a cliche, but it's literally all you need. Mr. Hu Chao Played excellently to make his way here to this heads-up battle, I have to say. Raising once more. King 3 offsuit here. Flopping bottom pair, but way behind right now. Hong Jun here. Flopping best with the Jack 8. See Jack 4-3, 2 hearts. And of course, Chow, the only player with the backdoor hearts. Check, bet, call, and ping. Name a better turn card. If your name is Hu Chao, not only is this a good card for him in reality, it's also a card that he's going to want to bluff and represent as well. Queen of Spades on the river. Changes nothing, but potentially will scare Hong Jun away from making the call. I think sizing wise now, if you're Hu Chao, you could even ask for all of it. And he does come with 1.8 million. So not quite all of it. But still, chunky bet. And Zhao, great fold there. Okay, his jack had deteriorated in value by the time we got to the river. But still, that gentleman snap folding that pair. A lot of draws had missed. But Hong Jun correctly identified that Hu Chao did not have one of those draws. He did indeed have extremely strong value hand. Hong Jun here, 7-5 of diamonds. And poor timing here with this raise. Hu Chao, pocket jacks. Surely we'll see another bet go in here. Yeah. He's already getting ready with those 100k chips here. So we see the 3-bet to 850k. Interesting sizing here. That might bait in Hong Jun. He has got position. He's got a hand that flops pretty well. Yeah, and he does make the call. Feels confident enough in his post-flop abilities, does Hong Jun. And who can blame him? It's got him a lot of recent success. And wow, King, Jack, 6, 2 diamonds here. Flush draw for Hong Jun, but middle set for Chao. Surely we're going to see fireworks here. This could be the end of things. Chao is the covering stack here. So if the chips start flying in the middle and he's able to hold, we will have a champion. Starting with a small C bet. 1/4 pot. Yeah, and unfortunately, I feared the worst, and it has come to fruition. Hong Jun, he's a man that likes to fast play. This draw, heads up, good enough to go for it. 1.2 million, and I think now with only 2.4 back, even if Chow is to jam here, Hong Jun has made his mind up. He's priced in, he's calling off here, and he's ready to gamble. What a spot here to be in for Hu Chao. Heads up out of 330 runners and still running pure, picking up good hands, hitting flops. Looks like he's just going to call here. Can't blame him. I'm mistaken. It's all going into the middle. These guys, they get it in. They're on their backs. And they're going to run their equity here. And Hu Chao, with 1 million chips behind, covering Hong Jun here. If he can hold, we will crown a champion here in your Baby Dragon event. Turn brings more outs to the 7-5 now. A date with an 8 will save him here. Needs a diamond that doesn't pair the board, or an 8 on the river. And the ace of spades there gives the check mark to Mr. Hu Chao. Congratulations, sir, because he is our champion. And that champion special edition, final table special edition hat on his head right now will be soon matched with a champion jacket. Shout out to Chris Labrojo there, coming onto the screen, gracing us with his presence. We are blessed to have you here, sir. What a legend, OG in the game. Him and his team helping things to run smooth as silk here. Thanks to Tipsy, our amazing Taiwanese dealer. And your champion, Hu Chao, representing China. Your champion. Congratulations, sir. See you guys tomorrow for coverage of your Prestige High Roller Day 2. It's myself, Grant Gardner, Jordan Bromley. Peace and love.